Please be seated. I see the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to seek unanimous consent of the Chamber for 1 minute bells for the remainder of the evening, including the first bells in Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any members unwilling to give unanimous consent? If so, make yourself known now. Wait. All right, unanimous consent is not given.
Government motions. Motion number 109. Honourable Mr. Nixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move Government Motion 109 in the order paper as follows. Be it resolved that when further consideration of Bill 78, the Alberta Housing Amendment Act 2021 is resumed, not more than 1 hour should be allotted to any further consideration of the bill in Committee of the Whole, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at this stage shall be put forthwith. Mr. Speaker, we've had 9 hours of debate so far on this bill. The NDP, Mr. Speaker, haven't had anything new to say since 8 hours and 45 minutes into, or I should actually reverse that, since 15 minutes into the debate. So for about 8 hours and 45 minutes, we've heard the same rhetoric from the official opposition, who appear that they will continue to focus on derailing the business of the legislature with ridiculous arguments. As such, we will continue to get the legislature flowing and back to work on behalf of the people of Alberta. Though I do, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I can't get it to go any faster than 1 hour time allocation, so we'll have to just go with the 1 hour. And unfortunately for the members elsewhere inside the chamber, Mr. Speaker, they're going to have to listen to another hour of the same talking points from the NDP, but after that, we'll get this legislation moving through the House and passed so that the government can focus on creating affordable housing for Albertans. Why the NDP are trying to block that, I don't understand at all.
I see the Honourable Member for Calgary-McCall to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's shameful that government is now resorting to time allocation and such undemocratic means to pass a piece of legislation that impacts lives of thousands upon thousands of Albertans. Government leaders said we have 8 hours of debate and not a single question was answered by this government. Government wants to claim that somehow their bill will create 25,000 more spaces for homeless, houseless Albertans. When asked how, nobody was able to answer. Minister is just reading some talking points which don't make sense. And then when we ask that how privatizing existing inventory adds housing in Alberta, no answer. When we asked if that money coming from sale of existing inventory will go towards creating new housing, no answer. I think government is just privatizing on ideological grounds the existing housing stock, which will make this issue worse. And I think using and resorting to closure motion is undemocratic. It's unfair to Albertans that we are all here to represent. We are hearing from Albertans, we are hearing from housing bodies, we are hearing from stakeholders, nonprofit organizations, that this bill will make housing crisis even worse. This will make homelessness crisis even worse. And just a few days ago, I guess if this bill was that good, government didn't need to announce funding for MAT programs. The crisis, housing crisis in Alberta is such that government is investing in MATs so that people can be housed during the winter. It's an important bill. We wanted to debate. We are still here to debate. That impacts many lives, and government did not get it right, and using closure motion is disservice to all those Albertans that we are here to represent, all those Albertans who don't have a place to call home, and we will be opposing this motion.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Government House Leader, all those in favour with the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is carried and so ordered. A division has been called, almost but possibly not. I'm going to go with no on that one. And we're moving forward.
Committee of the Whole.
Honorable members, I would like to call the committee to order. The Committee of the Whole has under consideration Bill 78, Alberta Housing Amendment Act 2021. Are there any comments or questions to be offered with respect to Amendment A1 of this bill? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the amendments on Bill 78. And contrary to the government House leaders' incendiary and very, I think, reductive and really quite ill-informed comments in regards to the to this bill. In fact, we do have many informed and very focused ways by which to try to reverse this very dangerous bill, quite frankly. Here we have the government seeking to sell off public housing and to privatize it, quite frankly. And, we've seen the folly of this approach in many places around the country and indeed around the world as well. And, what this bill does and what our amendments is trying to do is to more clearly define what the first principle of affordable housing is, which is a service by which working people can have a roof over their heads and enjoy a productive life without spending half of their income on rent. And, the property crisis, the real estate crisis that we see not just in Alberta but around the world is compromising that basic notion. And it's becoming less affordable for regular working families to have a decent place to live. And so this notion, this first principle that you must apply when you're talking about affordable housing is in fact undermined by Bill 78. And I mean, the most egregious issue that I think that I've heard, and it's become abundantly clear in debate around this bill, is that there seems to be in this bill no legislative requirement for the proceeds of a sale of affordable housing from the public to private hands to be reinvested specifically in affordable housing. And so, I mean, I think that not only undermines that first principle that I was talking about, but it lays bare what the actual intention of this UCP government is, which is to take these assets off the books, right, that maybe they consider to be a liability, to make a couple of bucks off of them, and to pass off a great deal to some private developers who would be able to take advantage of this sale of affordable housing. And so at the very least, right, I'm trying to do some harm reduction here, which I know this UCP government, again, has a serious problem with those two words, right? Some harm reduction in regards to, at least if they're going to go through with this egregious notion of selling off affordable public housing to private hands, that at least that money should go to building more affordable housing and in the market on a direct sort of way. And so, I mean, with that, Mr. Chair, alone, that's a reason to be looking to amend this act, to amend this bill, I should say. And obviously, if we have the minister sort of swearing up and down that, oh well, they'll probably do that for sure, I don't trust him. Quite frankly, I do not trust this minister nor this government to do any such thing. And so I think that's absolutely an essential element of this, number one. You putting your thumb for what? You were good to go. As in keep on talking? Oh. So, just wait for him until I'm done, right? It's like, I'm sure you've seen the rules in the House before, and, I'm just getting started, actually. I had a lovely dinner, and I'm just going to reiterate once again that the amendment that we need is absolutely necessary for affordable housing as we move forward. So with that, thank you.
I see the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we adjourn debate.
Having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Government House Leader to adjourn debate and report progress on Bill 78, Alberta Housing Amendment Act 2021, when the committee rises. Are you agreed? Any opposed? That is carried.
So Bill 81 hasn't been considered yet.
The committee of the whole now has Bill 81 up for consideration, Election Statutes Amendment Act 2021. Are there any comments, questions, or amendments to be offered with respect to this bill? I see the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure to rise to speak to Bill 81, the Election Status Amendment Act 2021, number 2. Mr. Speaker, I am deeply encouraged by the lively debate we've had on this important piece of legislation. This government knows the deep importance of our elections legislation and is listening to the needs of this province as we carefully make the changes necessary to safeguard Albertan democracy. I'd like to give a brief overview of the legislation and would then talk about a few House amendments. The Election Status Amendment Act is about strengthening our democracy in this province. It is about getting foreign money and influence out of Alberta politics and making voting easier for Albertans. It would also establish a set election date, something this government committed to doing when we were elected. Bill 81 would make significant amendments to the Election Act and the Election Finances and Contributions Disclosure Act, and make a significant amendment to the Alberta Personal Income Tax Act. The Election Statutes Amendment Act would also make amendments to the Alberta Senate Election Act, the Recall Act, the Citizen Initiative Act, the Legislative Assembly Act, and the Local Authorities Election Act. This amendment would ensure the language in the Act is consistent throughout all electoral legislation. Bill 81, Mr. Chair, would help increase transparency and trust in the democratic process by establishing a set election date. The last Monday in May would become the day Albertans would go to the polls to elect a provincial government. This would level the playing field for all political parties and eliminating any potential advantage the ruling party may have. As a result of this set election day, Bill 81 would also set the start of the campaign period as the day the writ is issued instead of February 1st. Bill 81, Mr. Chair, would make early voting easier for Albertans by allowing for more advanced voting stations where needed. Amendments in Bill 81 would improve how voting stations are run by allowing election officers to perform a wider range of duties instead of being restricted to specialized roles. Mr. Chair, this important legislation would also ban foreign money and influence from Alberta elections. It would allow only those who live in our province to make election advertising contributions during an election period. It would also ban people living outside of Canada and non-Canadian corporations or organizations from making political advertising contributions. Albertans do not want foreign money or politics influencing their elections. Bill 81 would also impose an annual $30,000 limit for donations to third parties or political action committees, otherwise known as PACs. It would also keep political parties, candidates, and constituency associations from making political advertising contributions to third parties. This legislation would also set out a formula for determining the amount political parties can spend on election, which is currently a flat limit of $2 million, which does not reflect the actual cost for campaign expenses today. The new limit Mr. Chair, would be $1.16 per registered voter, which would be just over $3 million. Removing a flat cap on party election expenses would align Alberta with almost every other jurisdiction in Canada. Bill 81 would also increase the expense limit for nomination contestants from 20% to 25% of a candidate's limit, and make it so contributions to nomination contestants are not part of a donor's maximum contribution limit. In addition, these contributions would no longer be tax deductible. I will talk about nomination contests more when I introduce the House amendment. The Election Status Amendment Act would also modernize the wording in election legislation. For example, changing polling day to election day and poll book to voting record. Bill 81, Mr. Chair, would also make minor amendment to other acts to ensure words and phrases are consistent throughout all election legislation. It would also add references to the Recall Act and the Citizen Initiative Act to election-related legislation. Mr. Chair, I previously alluded to some House amendments that I would like to bring forward. At this time, Mr. Speaker, I would like to introduce a few amendments to Bill 81, which will further reinforce the intent of this legislation and strengthen democracy in Alberta. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. This will be referred to as Amendment A1 going forward. There will be copies at the tables at the entrances. If you would like a copy, please raise your hand, and one will be delivered to you. And if the Honorable Minister could please, it's 3.
Thank you.
You have the option to the record for
Yes.
everybody's benefit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I have carefully listened to the debate on second reading of this legislation. This bill has always been about getting foreign money and influence out of Alberta politics and making voting easier for Albertans. And we are ensuring our legislation does that in the most effective way possible. This amendment will correct a typo in Section 1, Sub 2B of the bill by adding a missing word, narrow the criteria used to determine whether a third party is affiliated with a registered party, add a limit to the amount an individual can contribute to nomination contestants, allow nomination contestants to contribute to their own campaign up to their election expense limit, and ensure that constituency associations will be required to report contributions on an annual basis. The first proposed House amendment corrects an error by adding the word "or" back in, so Sections 24, Sub 2.1 and Sub 3 of the Alberta Personal Income Tax Act will include the phrase registered candidate or registered leadership contestant. Section 5 is amended in subsection 11, subsection C, in the proposed subsection 5.2 by striking out clauses D and E. Bill 81 will prohibit third-party advertisers who are affiliated with political parties from running political action committees. The Chief Electoral Officer could refuse to register a third party if the third party is affiliated with a registered political party. Several criteria are listed for Chief Electoral Officer to consider as he makes his determination. Upon reflection, Mr. Chair, the criteria for determining if a party is affiliated with a political party was unnecessarily drafted as too broad. We propose an amendment. We propose to amend the proposed Section 9.1, Sub 5.2. Under Bill 81, the Chief Electoral Officer would still be required to consider if the organization of the third party, including whether a person who is the Chief Financial Officer, signing officer, or a principal of the third party holds a similar position in the political party. If interactions or agreement between the third party and the registered party, including those that indicate that the third party is under the control of the registered party, if the extent to which the third party participates in the decision-making process of the registered party pursuant to the Constitution or founding documents of the registered party. Mr. Chair, Bill 81 would make it so contributions to nomination contestants are not part of a donor's maximum contribution limit. Through debate in the House, we discovered that it would be possible for Albertans to donate an unlimited amount to nomination contest, and any amount over what is used in the campaign could potentially be turned over to political parties or constituency associations. We proposed to amend Section 17 of the EFCDA to allow an individual resident of Alberta to donate a maximum of $4,000 to nomination contest or a combination of nomination contests, and would ensure that unlimited donations are not possible. A number of House amendments are needed to make this change. These changes require that we make the following changes: adding a new Section 5, Sub 21.1, which amends Section 15.1 to reflect that there is a new limit on contributions to nomination contestants. The proposed new Section 5, Subsection 23, Sub A.1, amends Section 17 of the Act to add the new limit on contributions to nomination contestants and provides that a nomination contestant may contribute to their own campaign. The proposed new Section 5, Sub 23, Sub I.1 also amends Section 17 of the Act to reflect this new limit. In addition, Mr. Chair, Section 5, Subsection 24 is struck out and replaced to reflect that a new limit is added. If a nomination contestant were unsuccessful, they would still be able to return the funds to contributors or transfer surplus funds to their constituency association or their party. Successful nomination contestants will be able to spend funds on their general election campaign up to their election expense limit and will transfer surplus funds to their constituency association or party. To be clear, Mr. Chair, an individual Albertan could donate up to $4,000 to any nomination contestant or a combination of nomination contestants, and I again emphasize that only an individual Albertan is eligible to donate. In other words, we are creating a new limit for contributions to nomination contestants with a cap of $4,000. This limit will be adjusted for inflation, as are other limits under the Act. However, no tax receipt will be issued for contributions to nomination contestants. These contributions would not be tax deductible. This amendment will also allow those running for nomination to contribute to their own campaign up to their expense limit. Under the current Act, a nomination contestant's election expense limit is 20% of a candidate's election expense limit. Under Bill 81, this limit will be increased to 25% from 20%. The nomination contestant election expense limit will be increased from $10,000 to $12,500 as adjusted for inflation. Amendments in Bill 81 would eliminate the need for constituency associations to report on contributions quarterly. A drafting oversight led to the removal of all reporting requirements from the legislation. I want to be clear that we are maintaining oversight, but simply easing the burden on hardworking volunteers. This amendment would make it so that constituency associations will report annually on the contributions they receive. To make this change, Mr. Chair, a new Section 5, Sub 29, Sub C.1 is proposed. This House amendment amends Section 32 of the Act. The remaining House amendments are needed to reflect that new limit. That new limit are added. Mr. Chair, Bill 81 is about strengthening democracy in Alberta. This province belongs to its people, and elections must remain a time for Albertans to discuss and determine the future of their province. Though through this bill, we are taking action to make Alberta's election fairer and more modern. And the amendments I have listed today will only further reinforce the intended outcomes of this legislation and in keeping with some of the concerns that I had during debate on second reading, by helping to ensure there is no undue influence on Alberta's election. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Are there any members wishing to join on A1? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister for listening closely to the debate that has been taking place in this House and attempting to respond. I'm still looking through, as my colleagues and I are, the content of this amendment. And so at this point, I will keep my comments initially broad because we do hope to find out more going forward. And so, first off, the very first change, Section 1 to sub B, spelling, word missing, that change seems reasonable, and I think all members could support the addition of the word or. On Section 5, striking out the subclauses D and E is a significant change that recognizes that the government had included overly broad, overly vague definitions. Specifically, I know there's been a great deal of debate talking about the Chief Electoral Officer using the language that any public statements made in support of or in opposition to a registered political party could discount or discontinue someone from being able to register as a third-party advertiser. And so I think that that is a reasonable removal, given the concerns we've heard from constitutional experts, from lawyers, and from so many of the civil society who were very concerned that these sections could be ill-used to counter their freedom of speech. Now, I'm still working to understand the changes in Section 5C, Section 23, and I wonder if the Minister would help me to understand. Certainly in the bill debate, it has been the position of our caucus, and certainly one that I believe in, having a single donation limit of what is currently $4,243. This amendment appears to add in a new contribution limit of $4,000 only for nomination contestants. And given that it is such a similar number to the overall donation limit, I'm curious if the Minister can help me to understand, rather than the concept of an Albertan having $4,000 to donate politically across all of the different potential places to donate, why there is $4,000 to leadership contests, to parties, to CAs, to candidates, and then another $4,000 to nomination contests within a single year. Because I don't think, and I did listen to the Minister's remarks, but I'm not clear on the intent and why there are now two donation limits, and I'd be curious if the Minister has more information about that.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We are on A1. Do I see any members? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I mean, we just received this amendment in front of us a few minutes ago, so we're trying to wrap our heads around it. But I think my colleague had a good point in that. That is the language that's being used around the $4,000. And the language in here, too, speaks to a nomination contestant or combination of nomination contestants. Now, I'm just wondering, I mean, it may be rare, it may not be rare. If someone decided to donate to the honourable member for, let's say, Calgary McCall, but then also decided to donate to an honourable member from Chestermere, Rocky View, two different political parties, you never know, it could happen. If that $4,000 cap is per political party, or is it the actual overarching $4,000 for an individual as to? It doesn't matter what political, it could be an Alberta Party member, it could be a UCP member, it could be an NDP, as long as it's not 4,000. And I think you did indicate inflation, so it's actually will be 4,243 if we're looking at the inflation, unless we're not counting inflation today, and it starts at 4,000 this year, and inflation continues once the bill is passed. I mean, that would be a question that I also would have, is whether or not it will match, and so therefore, the inflation will start the day that the bill comes into comes into force, or if we're going to be matching it completely to 4,243. Because in fairness to Albertans, they may not recognize that because it's 4,243, typically that all of a sudden it's only 4,000 for a different reason. So, I mean, I'm fine with the not matching them, but I guess I'm just curious from an administrative perspective, it might be a little confusing for some individuals. The other thing is I think, you know, I am getting a little bit concerned around the consistency, I guess, that I keep seeing through different pieces of legislation of these. One area you get, an individual can donate here, one area an individual can donate here. We saw this with the Senate bill, where it started to become $5,000 here, and then it was $5,000 over here, and depending on who you were donating it to, and what the advertising costs could be, and the numbers kept adding up and adding up and adding up. And now we see again another piece that impacts our elections that is now adding another piece of another fundraising mechanism for getting involved in our election process. And so, again, when I keep seeing these different pieces of legislation that keep getting introduced that have to do with the structure of our election system, and these opportunities with each different piece of legislation for more fundraising to happen and more donations to occur, that I start to wonder what the intent is. Because the government continuously says, well, we're not trying to put money back into politics, but yet every opportunity when an election bill gets introduced into this chamber, there's another opportunity for people to start fundraising and donating to different individuals. And we know in other pieces of legislation, such as the Senate bill, there is party affiliation. And if we were to, say, have another election during a provincial election with a Senate election on top of that, we're now going to see people fundraising for Senate. We're now going to see another $4,000 introduced for a nomination contest. We're now, like, the numbers just keep adding up. And so what if, let's just say, maybe, you know, actually here would be another example. We have a Senate election coming up. An individual decides to run for Senate. They fundraise, they get a whole bunch of money from their fundraising in that capacity. Then that same individual who may not be successful in that race decides to become a candidate and seek the nomination for a political party. And then they fundraise again. Another $4,000, another $4,000, another $4,000. That's a lot of opportunity and a lot of money to then maybe decide that maybe they decide, well, maybe I don't actually want to be the candidate. Maybe I'm going to withdraw my nomination. Does that money then get transferred to the party? Is there an opportunity here for people to seek nominations, fundraise a whole bunch of money, withdraw their name, and then that money just automatically get donated to the constituency association? Because I feel like that's how this is written. And maybe I'm wrong, I just got it. It's been 5 minutes. But I do believe that it does create an opportunity for quite a few individuals to start seeking nominations for different riding associations that may then decide not to actually follow through with that. There's nothing in here that prevents that from happening. So I guess, you know, I'm curious about that. I'm curious again why it is that this would be introduced when the whole intention of having the initial $4,000 cap plus inflation, $4,243, was put in place so that these sorts of situations would be prevented and that we wouldn't see a flood of money going into constituencies associations for people seeking nominations that may not actually have the full intent to be the candidate. The intent behind the original cap was to ensure that once you had a candidate, that fundraising was directed to where, with the intention of what it was for, not to create opportunity for other fundraising opportunities. And if the intention was the money would be returned back to the people that donated, that's one thing. But again, in my 5-minute scan of this, that does not actually mandate the individual who's seeking the nomination to have to return that money to the people that donated it. In fact, they could donate it to a constituency association or a party, depending on how the structure of your party works, I guess. And I won't say I understand or know the ins and outs of the UCP and how that structure works, but I do think that there is a weird opportunity here and a concerning opportunity here that doesn't have a clear definition within this amendment to deter a group of individuals to seek nominations to be candidates to a political party when they may not actually have that intention. And I would be very curious to hear from the minister as to how we could ensure that that is not a tool that would be used in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I see the Honourable Minister of Justice has risen on A1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, I have listened to the initial comment on Amendment A1 by the member from Edmonton Maywood and now the member from Edmonton Manning. And, the member from Edmonton Maywood talks about the rationale for introducing a new limit. The rationale is quite simple. The current Bill 81 have got an unlimited limit of contributions to nomination contest. I heard concerns from this assembly about that. And to make sure that Bill 81 reflects our commitment to keep big money out of politics. I think, Mr. Chair, Albertans understand that it costs money to run elections, whether Senate elections, municipal elections, provincial elections, a recall or referendum. It costs money to run those elections. And that brings me to the comment made by the member from Edmonton Manning. First and foremost, there is a global $4,000, and yes, adjusted for inflation, aggregate $4,000 that you can donate to any nomination contestant. It doesn't matter if you choose to donate to 4 nomination contestants, you have $4,000 to spend. If you choose to donate to 10, you have $4,000 to spend, and yet there is no restriction on whether or not you donate to the member from Edmonton Manning or the member from Chestermere. There are no restrictions on that. You can choose. You've got a global aggregate $4,000 to spend. And that reflects the fact that every single one of those elections costs money to spend, and the people of our province understand that. The second question and comment made by the member from Edmonton Manning is what happened to the balance of the expense, noting that we will now have an expense limit of $12,500 from the previous $10,000. Now, the current EFCDA dealt with that particular issue, and I am not seeking to amend that. Section 12 of the current legislation deals with what happens if you are unsuccessful with nomination contest. And you can take a look at Section 12 of the EFCDA that I have not amended in this particular bill to determine how you can deal with those funds. Number one, it says you have the option to transfer the money to the party, to CA, or to the actual donors under the guidance and direction of the Chief Electoral Officer. I have not sought to change that. That remains in the current EFCDA. But if you are successful, if you are the successful nomination contestant, the Section 12 of the same Act, which again I have not sought to change, directs how an excess funds can be disbursed. Again, it speaks to you being able to use that money for the excess for your general election campaign. That is current law. I haven't changed that in Bill 81, nor in this amendment A1. Number two, you could also choose to transfer that money to your party or to your CA. Again, those are current provisions of the EFCDA, and there's nothing in Bill 81 or this amendment that will change that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Are there any members wishing to join on A1? I see the Honourable Member for Calgary McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and also rise to speak to this. And let me begin by saying that when Minister brought forward this piece of legislation, we certainly pointed out that there are a number of flaws in this piece of legislation. Albertan pointed that out, that this bill allows big money, dark money, to be flowed back into the politics. And for days, Minister insisted, government insisted that no, this some 300-page bill is all about closing one loophole, AFL loophole. That was the messaging that government delivered, and I guess they were unable to convince Albertans that it will take 300 pages to close one loophole. And certainly there were many loopholes, and this amendment deals with some of them. And when we look at these changes, if I understood Minister correctly, Section 1.1, what is it? It's 21.1, Section 15.1 is amended by striking out this, and C in subsection 23 by adding the following after Clause A. And then Clause A says, subject to subsection 1.2, contribution by a person ordinarily resident in Alberta shall not exceed in any year $4,000 as adjusted in accordance with section 41.5 in the aggregate to any nomination contestants or combination of nomination contestants. So if I understood Minister correctly, that it's a global 4,000 limit that any Albertan can donate to any nomination contestant, either within one riding or multiple riding, but the donation limit remains $4,000. And second thing, I think that's a bit confusing, that aside from this, a nomination contestant will be able to donate that $4,000 and still be able to contribute to his or her own campaign as well, which is the next section following that, contribution by a nomination contestant to the nomination contestant's campaign from the nomination contestant's own fund shall not exceed an amount equivalent to the amount referred to in section 41.41. So there is one global limit of $4,000, and then in this subsection 41.2, then there is another $4,000, I believe. So that's $8,000, and then we are seeing changes that aggregate limit of $10,000 is moved to 20% limit is moved to 25%. So that's still a lot of money that this bill is trying to bring into these nomination contests. So essentially, some changes they do. Some changes the minister suggests he is trying to fix that. I think I'm not fully understanding these provisions because we just got it, but the way I'm reading it is that still the way nomination were dealt with before, there's significant change contained in this legislation, and now these amendments are not changing a whole lot because there is $4,000 that global limit, then nomination contestant can use their own funds, and then aggregate limit is changed from 20 to 25%. So there's more money that is available for these nomination contests. I think nominations are important. Nominations, I guess, ensure at a grassroots level how democracy works. And instead of making them fair, instead of making sure that every Albertan have the opportunity to be able to participate in the democratic process, changes that are proposed in this piece of legislation are somewhat allowing more money to flow into these contests. So it's not much about grassroots democracy, but government is more concerned about how much money they should allow, how they should allow, and changing the limits so that more money can flow in these contests. So I think a further explanation from government side, our minister will help us understand how all these three provisions, three changes work and why it's important for this government, what's the rationale for this government to allow more money, because there is some funds that nomination contestant may be able to spend, which are not even tax deductible. They are flowing in, and there is a change in the overall limit as well. Then there are some other changes as well. Mostly, I think, at this point, we are asking for clarifications. So, with this change, in subsection 2.1 and 3, by striking out registered leadership contestant or registered nomination contestant and substituting or registered leadership contestant. So it means that those, let me ask this, that how these changes will impact leadership contestants. If Minister can expand on that, that will help as well. Then I see changes with respect to constituency association filings with Chief Electoral Officer. And now these returns will be filed yearly, and for the amount, for the entire amount. If it's less than 50, then aggregate amount, and if it's more than 50, with name and addresses. And again, we're still going through these changes. But in short, I think if Minister could explain those changes, that one about the global limit, I think Minister clarified that why it's important for this government to think that nomination contestant should spend another $4,000 that is not subject to any tax credits, any other limits, how that works. That will help us understand these changes better. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any member? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate an opportunity to speak briefly to the government amendment to Bill 81, which is, I presume, A1, the amendments, yes. And yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see, you know, sometimes we are quite pugilistic and, you know, it doesn't seem like people are listening to each other in this chamber, and but then sometimes democracy emerges, right, from the ground, and you know, by having people from many different voices for different places, including our independents and the general public, of course, and our own official opposition here. You know, we voiced a concern from the beginning around not having limits for contributions in any shape or form. And so, you know, I see this as part of an evolution as well, because, of course, the first bill that we brought forward when we formed the government was to try to get big money out of politics, right? And so we kind of started that movement along the way. And you can see that, you know, Mr. Chair, that legislation around elections is always an evolutionary process. It's not like you set up your 10 commandments or whatever, and then away you go. I mean, technology changes, you know, expectations change, but, you know, one thing that I've seen that seems to have taken root here in this province anyway, is that people do want to see big money out of politics. They know that the consequences of it can be quite dire. We only have to, like I said before, look to the most expensive democracy on earth to the south in the United States of America to see how money has distorted the democratic process. And, you know, at the very least, we can say, well, we sure don't want that here. And so I see this amendment, quite frankly, Mr. Chair, as quite positive. You know, the process of looking to make sure we don't have a backdoor way by which people can make unlimited contributions, and to make sure that the nomination process is relatively accessible, right? Because if you put a price tag that's too high on, you know, a nomination race or anything really, then a certain sector of the society gets excluded. They say, well, hey, I'd love to be, you know, part of running for elected office, but you know what, I just can't afford it. And so I think that this amendment kind of speaks to that, and you know, I do commend the minister for bringing this forward. And you know, we have to be constructively critical. I think you know, you guys figure that out. That's an ideal that I aspire to always, right? And try to remind myself of sometimes when you get you know, worked up and whatnot. But I think this is a good example of a constructive criticism that's led to an improvement to this particular bill. This bill, you know, can use some help in other ways, and we will apply. Maybe it's just this is the night that we get lucky, right? And having constructive engagement and amendments that do move forward. And you know, there are other areas in this bill that we do would like to point out some room for improvement as well. You know, one part of this bill, and maybe, you know, the minister, when he gets a chance to just describe, that I was kind of caught my eye that no one's mentioned before, but it's it takes in subsections 2 and 3 in the first part of the change, the amendment here, it says registered leadership contestant or registered nomination contestant, and then substituting or registered leadership contestant. And I'm just wondering what that small change entails or what it means. You know, are we, and then excuse my ignorance, are we imposing these spending and contribution limits to leadership races other than a constituency nomination race? You know, because of course you have leadership of party leadership and so forth. It's you know, would be in a different category of expenditure and responsibility and scope, right, than individual constituency nominations. So I'm just curious to know how that changes that part of the bill. But otherwise, yeah, I mean, there you go. We see some constructive engagement here early this evening, and hopefully that bodes well for the rest of the evening as well.
Thank you. Next, I see the honourable member for Bonneville, Cold Lake, St. Paul has risen.
So yes, thank you very much, Chair. Just a clarification. I know we've had some discussion on this. So the $4,000 is aggregate, but it's only for the nomination contest? And so it wouldn't count against, like if there was an election that year, it wouldn't count against that aggregate? And so the reason I'm asking that question is that if there's money left over in the nomination account, and then you transfer that over to your campaign account, how does that count against that person's aggregate if you know what I'm saying? Like if they don't donate to your nomination campaign, and then you're successful and then you're running and they donate to you again, how do we reconcile that as part of it, or is it combined?
I see the Honourable Minister of Justice.
I'm not sure I fully understand your question, but what I understand it to mean is this. Whether the $4,000 in aggregate limit on nomination contestant, how is the leftover dealt with if you are the successful nomination contestant, meaning you are now the official party candidate? Section 12 deals with that particular issue. Again, as I indicated, I have not amended Section 12 in Bill 81 or in this Amendment A1. Section 12 says if you are the nomination contestant, if you are the successful contestant, you can use that excess towards your candidate election expense limit. And you could also choose to transfer that money to the party or the CA. And that is how that excess surplus fund is dealt with following the successful conclusion of nomination. I hope that answers your question.
I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton, Beverly, Clairview caught my eye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will keep my comments brief. I do want to begin my comments by saying, it is appreciated when government recognizes the fact that the opposition plays an absolutely critical role in providing oversight, amendments, feedback to pieces of legislation. Now, as every member in this chamber knows, I believe I'm one of the first to give credit where credit's due when government listens. And so I will thank the minister for listening to feedback and accepting, by bringing forward this amendment and these positive changes to Bill 81. Now, I will say, Mr. Speaker or Mr. Chair, I still have a number of concerns with this piece of legislation. Yes, this amendment does improve the legislation as a whole. However, what I do recall on initial debate on this bill, a number of concerns that my colleagues and I raised from the get-go. I think it would be accurate to characterize the response of government as being fairly dismissive to the concerns that were raised from the opposition and other members in this chamber. Now, again, I am appreciative that there's been a collar placed around the limit or a ceiling on how much candidates in their nominations can receive, which does align with what the official opposition has been calling for. And that's to ensure that whether we're talking about a general election or a nomination race, that the winner is not going to be determined by how much they're financed, but hopefully, Mr. Chair, by the quality of their character. And when there aren't limits to nominations, to general elections, that gets called into question, quite frankly. I mean, there are numerous examples around the globe of democracies where there's no limit on how much a candidate can raise. And it brings into question whether candidates have a fair footing in their bid to be the elected official for their jurisdiction, or whether large sums of money are unduly influencing voters. And so, as I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair, this is positive, although I will ask the question, and no one in this chamber has, but I've heard, well, many things in my time in this place, Mr. Chair. But I have heard of a number of unhappy UCP members with the original bill the way it was written, and how there can be unlimited amounts of dollars funneled into their nomination races, either for them or to replace them. And so it does beg the question of whether or not this amendment has been introduced primarily because the government is listening to feedback from the opposition, or if it's because the government is trying to keep their own party together. Now, that's a question to which I don't expect a response, Mr. Chair, but it is a question that has entered my mind as far as the reasons behind this amendment of putting a limitation on the nomination of candidates, which up until this amendment, there wasn't one. And so, I think there were several members in this chamber, whether they've spoken on the record about it or spoken off the record to it, where there were significant questions. And legitimately so. And why was it written the way it was from the beginning, I think is an interesting question, Mr. Chair. Maybe that was an oversight, or maybe that was a signal sent to dissenting members of the current government caucus. But regardless of the motive behind this amendment, it does improve the bill. And it does move it in a direction that I can support. Often we hear in this place comments made around improving democracy and, leveling the playing field. And I fear, Mr. Chair, that there are times where those comments are just speaking points and that they're not reflected in the substance of legislation, in the substance of motions, even though motions are non-binding, which is a whole other issue that I'm sure we're going to talk about a lot in the coming days. But it's important, Mr. Chair, that we as legislators do everything that we can to ensure that we are leveling the playing field for all Albertans. I'm proud to have been part of a caucus whose first bill when we formed government was to take big money out of politics. And it wasn't just a talking point. I know that most of the members in this chamber, well, many of the members in this chamber were not members at that time. But I encourage them to go back and look at Bill 1 from the 2015 first sitting, that it removed all corporate and union donations to allow individual citizens to have their say, and there was a limit on how much individuals could donate, and it exists today, Mr. Chair. And I think that that helps to foster a much more democratic system. Because we know that, that large sums of money can influence, whether it's elections or campaigns or causes or whichever. And I think it's in the best interests of all Albertans to ensure that not only are their voices heard, but that their voices can't be drowned out by those who are in a position to be able to do that. And so, Mr. Chair, for those reasons, I will be supporting this amendment, and I'll leave my comments there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any, I see the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, I do want to, offer my thanks to the member from Edmonton Northwest and the member from Edmonton Beverly Clearview for their comment on Amendment A1. And I do share those comments as well. But I think one of the questions that he had asked was, the member from Edmonton, Beverly Clearview, was looking at motive for doing this. And that, I think, is quite simple. There were a few changes in this amendment that are not necessarily monetary or donations. That were, some concerns that were expressed in this assembly that have been considered in Amendment A1. For example, the removal of Section 5, Subsection 5, Sub 2, D and E. Those were concerns that I had in this assembly. But again, I think it's important to also remind ourselves the purpose of this bill. It's one from the get-go. It is in keeping with the platform commitment of this United Conservative Party to remove big money from Alberta politics and to ensure that monies flowing outside of our province or country does not come here to determine the outcome of our elections, and that no one single PAC is able to unduly influence our elections. And it is on that particular point I disagree a little bit with the Honourable Member from Edmonton Beverly Clearview in referring to their Bill 1 in 2015. Yes, it is true that Bill 1 banned corporations and unions from making direct contributions, but they also created a loophole that will allow the Alberta Federation of Labour to funnel more money, multi-millions of dollars, than any individual could have contributed to influence our elections. And we made a commitment that we were going to end that loophole so that third-party advertisers, or PACs as they are commonly referred to, will be limited to $30,000 rather than multi-millions of dollars. And we saw in the last municipal election whereby in Calgary alone, one union spent $1.8 million in campaigning against candidates that they did not support or align with. And so those are the type of commitment that we made to Alberta, to the people of our province, that if given the opportunity, we would indeed get rid of big money from unduly influencing our politics. I think this amendment, as noted by the member from Edmonton Beverly Clearview and the member from Edmonton Northwest, achieves those goals. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister. The next member who caught my eye was the Honourable Member for Calgary Fish Creek.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister for this amendment, which I will be supporting. And certainly, I think, wanted to thank him further for consultation, for listening to members of this House and caucus in getting to this point. The member for Bonneville Cold Lake St. Paul had asked a question, and I just wanted to sort of follow up on this one as well. I have no problem with the $4,000 aggregate limit, nor the $12,500 that's referenced here on 41.4 bracket 1. But I do have some concerns just with respect. I think we all in this House want to ensure there's fairness and openness and transparency in our dealings, and certainly in our approach to the election finances and Donations or Disclosure Act. And I have some concern just with respect to that. I want there to be not only the reality but perception of transparency with our constituents, that I can talk to my constituents and explain to them. So I have some concerns with that. These limits, I think, are fine. I think they operate just fine in terms of the nomination themselves, and I am fully supportive of this amendment. But I am concerned about the perception of the possible circumventing of the other election finance rules with respect to campaigns, and CAs and the party themselves, the 4,000 indexed amount that is referenced there as well, and how we're going to be able to move those dollars from the nomination process, which will be recorded and reported, and I think that that's good, and I think that's fair, and I think that that's adequate for that. However, when those monies move into the realm that are addressed by other clauses within this Act in terms of the contribution limits, I don't want there to be any perception that there is a circumventing of that, and hence I have some concerns about how that's going to be moved in to the system, and both the $4,000 limit for individuals contributing and the $12,500 by the candidate, that those can be moved in without them being subject to the perception that there may be some circumventing of the limits. So that's my concern with this. Fully support this amendment here, but that concern is one I think that will be raised by our constituents, and I want us to be able to address that. And I think perhaps it's something that is in the process, which could be addressed by Elections Alberta. They're very good. In fact, many of their systems I think are top-notch, thanks to I think the oversight that is provided by this legislature. But that is a concern for me, just in terms of the perception. I really am someone who wants to make sure that the integrity that we can project to our constituents is such so when they ask us that question that we have a good answer, and that they don't perceive it as being a way to circumvent other financing, election finances rules. To the Minister, I certainly, this amendment as itself I think is great, very grateful for it, but I also want to make sure that we're finding other ways to ensure that the reality, the perception, the spirit, and the letter of the law that we bring forward is something that we can stand up with to our constituents and say, no, this is clean, this is straightforward, this is not meant to circumvent any other limits that we bring into the campaign or the party or the constituency association realm, and I'd certainly like to hear more about that. Thank you.
I see the Minister of Justice has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the member from Calgary-Fish Creek for your comment and for raising the concern. I can confidently say that there is nothing in Amendment A1 that would circumvent other election finances and contributions disclosure act. We have, in the context of a nomination contest, and there is usually 2 elections running. One happens first, one is a nomination. At the conclusion of that nomination, there is usually a general election. And there is nothing in Bill 81 that would impact the contribution limit with respect to a candidate. The only time that there will be an impact on the expenditure of a successful candidate is when that candidate decides to say, I'm going to use part of the surplus money from my nomination to fund my general election campaign. Once that happens, you are subject to Election Alberta disclosures, reporting, and all of those things. Nothing in Bill 81 and the amendment impact the relationship between Elections Alberta and once you become a candidate. Now, but before, let's suppose you are not the successful candidate. Again, as I indicated before, you've spent, let's suppose you raised $40,000. you've spent $12,500. You have that surplus left. There's nothing I have proposed in Bill 81 or in the amendment that would impact how you spend that money. There's a current Section 12 that I have not touched. And so even at the end of your nomination, you will still be required, donations, you have to receive them. You still have to file with Elections Alberta 4 months after the conclusion of the nomination. So that process is still there. I haven't touched that.
I thank the Honourable Minister, and next I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton South has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a pleasure to rise today and speak to Government Amendment A1 to Bill 81, the Election Statutes Amendment Act, number 2. And Mr. Chair, let me be very clear. The Bill 81 continues to be, even if this amendment were to be passed, a bad piece of legislation. It continues to try and muzzle democracy. It continues to try and take away the rights of workers in the middle of a global pandemic of which we owe them so much. But I am pleased to see that the minister has perhaps listened to many things that have been raised in this place over the last several weeks of debating Bill 81. And frankly, I'm a little bit surprised because the minister, while he was listening, many members of both of his cabinet and in his caucus stood in this place and told us that we were wrong. That no, that the nomination contest were not creating unlimited donation loopholes. And now we see an amendment, the very first speech in committee of the whole actually, the very first amendment is a correction to this oversight the government made. On top of that, some of the most egregious aspects of third-party affiliation, including political activity and advertising and making statements around policy, we now see also those are also removed from this bill. And Mr. Chair, to be clear, I actually want to thank the minister for making those changes. They're good changes. They were extraordinarily bad parts of this bill. We had the opportunity to see funneling of massive amounts of money, potentially millions of dollars through these nomination contests that are now going to be limited to the index $4,000, which is essentially, I guess, doubling the donation limit that we have today, which I don't think is necessarily the right direction in general, but certainly it's the correct direction as we move forward with this bill. Certainly it's something that I think makes a bad bill better. Mr. Chair, we also see here the government, after having denied day in and day out, over and over again, that no, they weren't making these substantive changes around the filing of constituency associations. Now they're coming in and saying, oh, actually, they have to make a correction. The minister has to correct this because there was an oversight, and they had, instead of just having tried to remove red tape, they had actually basically completely removed filings completely for constituency associations. So that was a little bit of an unfortunate oversight that we had to point out, was again denied by cabinet ministers and denied by government members. And now we see in the First Amendment, in the first speech from the government, we see this coming forward. So, I mean, Mr. Chair, to be clear, I'm very pleased that the minister has been listening to the debate in this place. I'm very pleased that the minister has been listening to the opposition and indeed also some of the independents and I believe government backbenchers as well have been making these arguments. I'm very pleased that we've been able to make this bad bill better. I'm very pleased we've been able to, well, it appears to have put a little bit of lipstick on this pig. We haven't quite finished polishing I won't finish that idiom, Mr. Chair, but we haven't quite finished polishing the bill. But certainly, I think that this is something I as the democracy and ethics critic, can support. I think it's something that makes a situation where we're talking about a bill that was having significant attacks across our democracy, was having significant attacks across our democratic process and access to democracy. Now instead, we are seeing these fairly reasonable changes, perhaps still further than I would have liked to see the changes go, particularly in some of these donation limits, particularly in how we're dealing with third-party affiliation. But I think that overall, I'm pleased to see the government responsive in this case, and I look forward to seeing what other amendments may be coming forward from both government members and opposition members. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I see the Minister of Justice has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, again, let me, I'm pleased to hear from the member from Edmonton South that he is pleased with the amendment made in this Amendment A1. But then, obviously, I have always been someone who have consistently stood before the floor of this assembly to say that if we focus on the substance of the bills before the House, then we have a prospect of making progress. I have always urged the members opposite to focus on the substantive provisions in bills tabled before the floor of this assembly rather than, going on broad accusations that have got nothing to do with the bill before us. So again, this amendment is consistent with the concerns that I heard and in keeping with the commitment that we made to the people of Alberta. But I think where I disagree with the member from Edmonton South is in his again, and hopefully that we'll have an opportunity to learn from this exercise. His accusation that this muzzle, I think the word he used, this continue to muzzle or take away the right of workers. And I recall that on the date that this bill was tabled, the member from Edmonton South took to the media. He held a press conference to convince the media and Albertans that this bill will muzzle workers and take away workers' rights. And I watched that interview, and the journalists, multiple of them, consistently challenged the member from Edmonton South to prove that. And the member from Edmonton South could not. So again, there's nothing in Bill 81. I repeat, there's nothing in Bill 81 that would muzzle or take away the right of workers to participate in their elections. Workers are Albertans. Workers are individual Albertans, and we want them to participate in the electoral process. And we want them to be the ones to decide the outcome of their election, to determine the future direction of their province. But what I would not do or tolerate is to allow foreign money or money outside of our province to impact our elections, or to allow one single union to spend multi-millions of dollars as the AFL have consistently done since the NDP created that loophole. Now, if the member from Edmonton South, if that is what he's referring to, in our commitment to take away potentially hundreds of millions of dollars from the AFL that we are funneled into NDP-allied candidates. If that is his concern, yes, that is exactly what this bill will do. But that have got nothing to do with individual workers of this province to participate in their elections. Individual workers of this province are Albertans. They can contribute to the member from Edmonton South. They can contribute to any member in this assembly. But what we will not tolerate is to allow AFL to funnel through the back door that the NDP created multi-millions of dollars. We are leveling that ground, and we are, putting a cap on the amount of money that folks like AFL can spend, on the amount of money that can be donated to them, at $30,000 in compliance, in keeping with the commitment that we made to Albertans. But at the end of the day, it is pleasing, to hear that the member from Edmonton South have now come to the realization, based on, the media availability that he had on the day this bill was tabled, that there was nothing in this bill that would prevent workers of our province from exercising their political right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Next, I see the Honourable Member for Chestermere Strathmore has risen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I also want to start off by thanking the Minister. The amount of time that you've provided to us to have these conversations and the work that's been done up until this point in this amendment, we're very grateful for those changes. So thank you so much through the chair to you. I just wanted to point out, though, and something I think that we need to consider is that right now with the way that the memberships are flowing, and I, like I said, very grateful for this amendment, but in the true spirit of what I believe democracy needs to look like, and in the true spirit of understanding where this is going to go, is we've capped the $4,000 or $4,230 at where that's going to be. However, if those are allowed to be used to buy memberships, and especially like in my family, I have myself, my husband, and my 2 sons who are all capable of having those $4,000 donations. So if we bought memberships with that, Mr. Chair, through you, that would be 1,600 memberships. So it's just a factor that I think we need to consider, and I'm so grateful for the cap. I'm so grateful for the aggregate amount that you've put in there. However, without informed consent from the people to whom those memberships will be designated to, I truly believe that there could be concerns as to how those memberships end up being used, especially because we're going into an election in what is it, 14 months, 16 months here, in the next little while. But particularly if we ended up going to an electronic style of using those memberships, to make sure that we are as accountable as possible. And I know how important that is to you, Minister. So I just wanted to bring that up. I'm not sure if it's something that you can answer on right now, but something to please consider as we look at how it is that we are allowed to allocate that money during our nominations and how they're being used for memberships. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member from Chestermere Strathmore. And thank you for your comment on the Amendment A1. With respect to your comment on membership, let me be clear. I think it's important for the members of this Assembly to be clear on the current state of the law, that I have not sought to change Section 25 of the Act right now, and you could take a look at Section 25 of the Act. It says it makes a distinction between membership purchase up to $50. Under Section under Section 25, that is not considered to be a contribution. But if you are to buy a membership for $55, $50 is not considered to be a contribution right now under the EFCDA. But the $5 is considered to be a contribution that then counts towards your contribution limit. And so all that we have done in Bill 81 is to implement a request by the Chief Electoral Officer to clarify that. And you will find that on page 123 of Bill 81. That is a request by the Chief Electoral Officer in Section 25, Sub 2. An annual membership fee paid by a person on behalf of another person for that person's membership in a political party or in a constituency association of that party, or in both, is a contribution by the person who paid the fee for the purposes of this Act. So rather than, a confusion that have got to do with whether or not that is accounted for, the Chief Electoral Officer would want us to account for that money. And what he wants was to make it clear that that money used in purchasing membership will be counted as part of your contribution once it exceeds $50. That's all the amendment with respect to membership. And I hope that that is, part of the concerns that the member from Chestermere Strathmore have got with respect to membership. I have not sought to create a new set of rules around membership. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Are there any members looking to join on A1? Seeing none, on Amendment A1 as proposed by the Honourable Minister of Justice, are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? That is carried. We are back on Bill 81. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a pleasure to rise and Bill 81, the Election Statutes Amendment Act, number 2. And Mr. Chair, let me be clear, while I'm pleased at some of the changes we've been able to make tonight, I still have significant concerns with this bill. I think that we continue to see a degradation of our democracy in this place, including filings are now annual instead of quarterly for constituency associations. We can go extended periods of time without having the adequate reporting if there were illegal contributions or improper contributions in some way. We continue to have so many problems around stifling of speech in this place. But in particular, I think that one of the things that my colleague here from Chestermere Rockview was just bringing up is the problem around memberships. And I did quickly flip to the point that the minister was trying to make, talking about membership fees paid by a person on behalf of another person. And I know that my colleague here from Chestermere Rockview tabled this afternoon, I believe, a bulletin from Elections Alberta, which indicated that paying for expenses that were to attend registered party events or on behalf of people that included things around parties, such as memberships, administrative expenses would be prohibited if it was paid for by a third-party advertiser. And I think that that's something that is interesting because it's something we saw potentially being used in very recent AGMs, potentially the UCP AGM, where memberships and then attendance was purchased on behalf of members. So with that in mind, I do have an amendment I'd like to move, and I'll wait for the table to see it.
And as is the usual course, there will be copies on the tables by the entrances. You can raise your hands if you would like a copy of this amendment. This amendment will be referred to as A2, and if the honourable member could please read it into the record.
Thank you. I would move that Bill 81, the Election Statutes Amendment Act 2021, number 2, be amended by striking out Section 5, sub 26, and substituting the following. 26. Section 25 is amended by striking out an annual membership fee paid for and substituting an annual membership fee paid by a person for the person's own. And thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to just proceed briefly into my arguments here. I think that pretty clearly, when a third party incurs an expense to reimburse a person tasked with organizing or running a party's event or a membership or anything like that, it's likely to be considered under the current Elections Financial Contribution Disclosure Act an offense under Section 41.41 sub 1 sub D, right? Where it's, you're contributing to the part of an administrative activity of a registered party, right? And with that in mind, I want to take out this new language the minister is trying to put in that says basically it is okay. We're introducing language that attempts to make it okay to purchase memberships on behalf of another person. And I think that's something that is underhanded. I think it's something that would allow us to open up purchasing things like leadership races or leadership reviews, would allow us to open up having these substantial contributions. If you're talking about, let's say, a $10 membership and you have a $4,200 donation limit right now, give or take, that means you're buying hundreds of memberships, right? 423 memberships, potentially, one person, right? So we're talking about this new loophole that the government is opening up with Bill 81, where we're accepting that fees should be paid by a person on behalf of another person. And I don't think that's something we should accept. I think we should be leaving that out of the legislation. I think that each member in a Democratic Party, in a party that believes in the grassroots, should be purchasing their own membership. And of course, it's up to parties to determine what a membership should cost. But certainly, they should be able to make it as accessible to their membership as possible, so that the people who are actually trying to influence decisions in parties, who are actually trying to influence decisions in things like leadership reviews and leadership races, are people who are really committed and doing their work to be a member of that party. And again, like I said, the interpretation bulletin that was released by Elections Alberta and tabled by my friend from Chestermere Rockview just this afternoon, I think does clarify that when you make contributions that are for the administrative activities of registered parties, which I believe when you buy a membership in a political party, some, if not all of that money typically goes towards administrative activities, processing the membership dues, having a membership card issued, putting digital communications or paper paper communications, those are all administrative activities. Those are all things that parties have to do when they sign up new members, right? And the fee goes toward that. So the EFCDA, as written, I think does prohibit these types of contributions by third parties on behalf of members. And I think that we should stick to that language. I think that it would help us immensely in terms of trust in our political parties and trust in things like leadership reviews that go on in political parties. So hopefully the government and members will be able to support me in this. I think it's a good amendment, and I think it will continue to make this bad bill better. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I see the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, there is no question that I would not be supporting this amendment for the simple reason that Section 25 of the Act speaks for itself. And what we are seeking to do in the amendment in Bill 81, which is a request from the Chief Electoral Officer, is to clarify the current interpretation of Section 25. And I think, the member from Edmonton South referred to a bulletin, number 6, that the Elections Alberta issued on November the 19th. I have had the opportunity to review bulletin number 6 issued by the Elections Alberta on November the 19th. And whilst I can't speak for Elections Alberta, I can speak to the interpretation of Section 25 as contained in this particular piece of legislation. Let me say this: there are several lawyers in this assembly. One of the elementary canons of interpretation is that if a law doesn't ban something, it is not prohibited. Meaning that if the drafters of a particular law, a particular provision, if the legislators, if the intention was to prohibit something, they would write that in the legislation. And there is no prohibition in Section 25 that prevents someone from buying a membership for a third party, or someone from buying a membership for a family member. In fact, I don't think the Chief Electoral Officer or the Elections Alberta would disagree that someone buy membership for a family member is prohibited. The EFCDA in Section 25 or anywhere else in the Act does not make a distinction between a family member and a third party that's not a family member. That distinction does not exist in the Act, and that is all you need to know about the intentions of those who drafted Section 25. I have not sought to amend Section 25. I have not departed from, there's nothing in Bill 81 that departs from Section 25. To the contrary, what we have in Bill 81 is a request by the Chief Electoral Officer to clarify the Section 25 so that the confusion around Section 25 will no longer be there. And that is something that the drafters ought to have done when they wrote Section 25. It is a clarification that is worth making. The goal is so that if you are spending more than $50 to purchase someone else's membership, whether a family member or someone else, that money will be captured in your global aggregate contribution limit. That is the goal. And you could take a look at all of the sections of the EFCDA that deals with contributions. Again, lawyers in this particular room will understand that sometimes that's what we call the combined reading of statutory provisions contained in an act. You could take a global combined reading of those acts, and you will still come to the same conclusion. I don't think that the Chief Electoral Officer would disagree with that, noting the bulletin number 6 that the Elections Alberta has put forward. I am confident that should Bill 81 passes with the clarification that he sought, I am confident that that bulletin number 6 that he put forward will be taken down.
Thank you. I see the honourable member for Calgary Mountain View has risen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to rise and speak to this amendment. And there's been a lot of talk about what the changes in the bill proposed by the government does, and therefore the necessity of this amendment. I think the amendment is important because I think it's important for people to be buying their own party memberships. And I take what the minister is saying to be, you know, the law was unclear in the first place and it's been interpreted in this way and we're just clarifying. I mean, allowing that argument for a minute, I don't necessarily agree with it, but allowing that argument for a minute, so what? I guess that's my question is, so what? I mean, if we here in this place think that people should buy their own memberships, if we here in this place, the people who write the laws, whose job it is to decide what the laws should say, feel that it is inappropriate for people to be buying memberships for each other, then that is the law that we should pass, because we are granted the power to pass that law. It is our choice. There's nothing sort of unconstitutional about passing a law that says people ought to buy their own memberships. I think there's nothing unethical about it. So, I mean, regardless of what the intent or who said what when, I think the question before us is, do we think people should have to buy their own memberships in political parties? And I think the answer is and ought to be, at least for my part and for my colleagues, yes, we think people ought to buy their own memberships. I mean, certainly we saw, and without getting too far down into the weeds, let me put it this way. The allegation made against the current premier in his leadership race was about emails going to the wrong places, about people sort of having signed up, you know, fake memberships on behalf of other people and getting the emails and voting a different way. That was the allegation. And so it is a very odd choice, ethically, for this government in that situation, when an investigation is ongoing into these matters, to come before this House and render that action legal. Now, it still wouldn't render voting on behalf of someone else legal, but it would arguably facilitate it, because people could sign other people up. People with enough money could sign a whole bunch of people up. And that's, Mr. Chair, I just don't think that's how we want our parties to work. I just don't think that we want them to work by way of individuals with deep pockets being able to have that kind of sway and being able to sign people up. And it doesn't necessarily say that they will have undue influence over those people and their ultimate voting. But in my opinion, it has that potential. So if it has that potential, then let's just not do it. I don't think there's any good reason for doing it. So if we have the potential of that sort of contributing to or allowing the potential for wrongdoing, then why would we do it? So I think, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, I think this is a good amendment. I think that regardless of what our agreement or disagreement is on whether this is a change, and I think it is, they think it isn't, it doesn't really matter, Mr. Speaker, because at the end of the day, what matters is that people should buy their own party membership, and that is why I will be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable member. Are there any other members? I see the Minister of Justice has risen.
Madam, Mr. Chair, obviously, I have been listening to the comment made by the member from Calgary Mountain View. And obviously, I don't agree with her submission and her comment because, Mr. Chair, it is important to recognize that the NDP as a political party, even the federal members of the NDP are automatically members of the Alberta NDP. The federal members of the NDP are automatically members of the Alberta NDP. And I think it is disingenuous for the member from Calgary Mountain View to talk about buying membership in a political party when their own roots, there is no accountability mechanism in the way they have structured their party membership in compliance with Section 25 of the EFCDA. There's none. And so, again, whilst I have always urged, debate that is substantive, and I will pay attention to each and every one of them, and I will carefully consider and ponder upon them if they make sense in keeping with the commitment that we made to Albertans. We will not take lessons from the NDP on membership because it doesn't matter where you are coming from. You could email the NDP and you will become a member of their political party. There is no accountability whatsoever. And so, again, this amendment achieved nothing from the current provision of Section 25. This amendment A2 achieves nothing. When I see a substantive amendment that's worth consideration, we would. And all that Bill 81 have done is to implement the request of the Chief Electoral Officer with respect to how that agency have interpreted Section 25 in order to avoid the confusion that currently exists. Because unless anyone can stand before the floor of this assembly and point to a ban in the EFCDA, any amendment to that particular effect will not be accepted by me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I see the Honourable Member for Central Peace Notley has caught my eye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I guess I just had to join into this debate here quickly. The minister mentioned here just a few minutes ago that this bill didn't amend Section 25, but obviously it does amend Section 25, and on page 123, it starts by renumbering it as Section 25.1, and then it goes into subsection 1 by striking out, quote, an annual membership fee paid for, end quote, and substituting, quote, an annual membership fee paid by a person for the person's own. Now, Mr. Chair, that does obviously change the intent of Section 25. And furthermore, when you go into number 2 down below there, it adds after subsection 1, an annual membership fee paid by a person on behalf of another person for that person's membership in a political party or in a constituency association of that party or in both is a contribution by the person who paid the fee for the purposes of this act. So obviously, Mr. Chair, this clearly talks about paying for membership fees one person for another. That clearly changes that this bill brings forward to this act. Now, I also want to point out something that's been brought up before. I'll bring it up again. The interim interpretations bulletin from the Chief Electoral Officer, dated, I think, November 19th, 2021, obviously very recent, where it says, an interpretation of Section 25 that would enable an individual to pay for an annual membership on behalf of others would be inconsistent with Section 34. Now, Section 34, of course, deals with when people are paying money to political parties on behalf of somebody else, which is doing indirectly what they can't do directly. And obviously, there's rules against that. There's been fines levied with that with the past leadership race. In fact, tens of thousands of dollars worth of fines on that. I think that's pretty clear that that's not acceptable now and never has been acceptable. So, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to bring that forward and make sure that that everybody in the House is aware that this bill does open up Section 25 with the membership rules. It clearly talks about paying for memberships, one person paying on behalf of another person. That's a quote from the changes made to this bill. And obviously, we have the Chief Electoral Officer's interpretation dealing with annual party membership dues dated November 19th. So obviously, this is something that is a concern to people. I think it's a concern to members of parties that buy their memberships in good faith and want to have influence on the direction of a party. And obviously, when this sort of thing is changed, which will allow other members to buy memberships for others, I think that that's a grave concern to party members and their opportunity to influence in good faith the direction of the party. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I see the Minister of Justice has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, again, I have listened to the comment and submissions made by the member from Central, Pete Nutley, on Bill 81. On his interpretation of the changes made in Bill 81 to current section of Section 25, I can, confirm that is incorrect. Insofar as what he is trying to get to is whether or not someone could purchase membership for someone else. Section 25 of the current Act reads, an annual membership fee paid for membership in a political party or in a constituency association of that party or in both is not a contribution for the purposes of this Act if A, the fee or when a fee is paid to the party and to a constituency association of that party, the total of those fees does not exceed $50. If it doesn't exceed $50, it is not a contribution. It doesn't matter who paid for it and for whom it is paid for. That is Section 25A. Unless someone can stand before the floor of this assembly and points to the contrary interpretation, then this amendment have got no place here. And the argument made by the member from Central Pete Nutley have no merit whatsoever. Subsection B says, bearing in mind the primary provision of Section 25, if the political party and constituency association each maintain a membership list indicating the amount of the fee or fees paid by each member that is allocated to the political party or constituency association as the case may be. But if the fee or total of those fees exceeds $50, the amount of the excess shall be considered as a contribution. Again, in excess of $50, it doesn't speak to paid by who, for whom. Unless any member in this assembly can point to an otherwise interpretation, then, again, this amendment have no basis to be here because it is seeking to do what is irrelevant under Section 25. The amendment that we made is, yes, on page 123 of Bill 81. And I note that would clarify, once again, a request by the Chief Electoral Officer. I note that the member from Central Pete Nutley referred to the interim bulletin notice, number 6, that I have already referred to and spoken to. And he referred to Section 34 of the EFCDA. Again, Section 34 deals with contribution. And the clarification sought for by the Chief Electoral Officer would confirm that that excess of $50 used in buying membership for someone else will now become part of the person who is paying that extra global contribution pursuant to Section 34. That is the only natural and logical and legal interpretation that can come out of the combined reading of Section 25 and Section 34 and the amendment that we brought forward. Again, unless someone in this assembly can point to an absolute ban, this amendment have no basis. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I see the Honourable Member for Central Peace Notley has risen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And again, interesting to listen to the Minister speak. He talked a lot about A and B under Section 25, but of course, they're not being changed, so we were not discussing or debating what is said in A and B. But what we are talking about is what it says in Section 25, which is renumbered as Section 25.1, where there is a change in the annual membership fee paid by a person for the person's own membership. And also the addition of under subsection 1, which is subsection 2, where an annual membership fee paid by a person on behalf of another person for that person's membership. And again, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair, we go back to this this document, the interim interpretation bulletin from the Chief Electoral Officer, where it says an interpretation of Section 25 that would enable an individual to pay for an annual membership on behalf of others would be inconsistent with Section 34. And of course, Section 34 is the furnishing section of the legislation that clearly outlines that would not be acceptable, because there is laws against furnishing, which is giving money to somebody else or paying for something on somebody else's behalf that they normally couldn't do themselves, and because of rules. So obviously this is, again, I just want to keep the minister focused on the issue at hand, which is Section 25.1, that changes that were made there. And if these changes don't change anything, then I'm not sure why they're there to begin with. But obviously they changed something. And it appears that they changed that people can be paying for memberships on others' behalf. And like it says in Section 2 that's being added, an annual membership fee paid by a person on behalf of another person for that person's membership in a political party or in a constituency association. That clearly outlines the precedence or the situation where a person can pay for another person's membership. That clearly is stated right there. And so again, I think this is again, if this is something that doesn't do anything, then why is it there to begin with? And so I think obviously if the member would just the minister would just agree to striking out those changes altogether, then I guess we would be back to where we were before. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see the Minister of Justice.
On one final point on this particular point, and I commit I won't respond to again on the amendment A2 before this assembly, that I wanted to point out. Earlier on, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chair, I talked about the intention of the drafters and the intention of the legislature that passed the EFCDA. And again, you could go to the archives and look at and read the debate that proceeded in this assembly when those were dealt with. Again, the drafters, in their wisdom, intended to ban something, to prohibit something in the EFCDA. And they did so in Section 35. So it is not as if their minds were not alerted to a type of contribution that they wanted to ban. They indeed adverted their mind to what type of contribution that needed to be banned. And in their wisdom, chose to prohibit certain types of contribution. And if you are looking to see the type of contribution prohibited in EFCDA that we have not touched, that is not been amended in in Bill 81, take a look at section 35. And it talks about, and the heading of section 35 is prohibited contributions. And it proceeded after section 34 and section 25. The lawyers in this room will understand what I'm talking about. And so again, this will be, and you can read that. That is a prohibited, the things itemized and mentioned and the circumstances referred to in section 35 are the circumstances that the drafters meant to prohibit anything that have got to do with contributions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I see the Honourable Member for Cypress Medicine hat caught my eye.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've just got a couple things to add as to why I'm in support of this amendment and striking this portion right out of the bill that you can buy memberships for somebody else up to 400 or so. I'm just looking at the whole process. You know, overshadowing changing the election law, Bill 81, is, of course, as the honourable member from Calgary Mountain View mentioned earlier, the RCMP investigation into the unity vote and the leadership election from 4 years ago. And the talk and the investigation and the reporting that so often bubbles back to the top of the media from 3.5 and 4 years ago. So here we are clearly where there's a huge disagreement as to the meaning of the clause and interpretations. And Mr. Chair, here we are just 18 months before the next election. 18 months before the next election, and if 3.5 or 4 years after these other serious allegations, if Albertans still haven't received, final and fair due process, what if we end up there again? What if we end up in a situation where this is challenged in court, where there's disagreement, where because of a clear statement, as my honourable colleague from Central Peace Notley just mentioned on page 123, clause 26C2, an annual membership fee paid by a person on behalf of another person. On behalf of another person for that person's membership in a political party or in a constituency association of that party, or in both, is a contribution by the person who paid the fee for the purpose of this act. Okay, if it's over $50 or $55, it's part of the contribution, but it's still legal. So what happens when there's a discrepancy? It ends up in court. And 18 months before the next election, I hate to go to motives because you can only end up guessing wrong. But here we are 18 months before the next election. And Mr. Chair, let's look at the process. Second reading of this bill happened last week at 11 or 11:30 at night, when this place was it's 11:30 at night. Secondly, we know that time allocation is on the order paper. Are we jeopardizing the main reason we're sent here? Are we jeopardizing, Mr. Chair, Albertans' right to be fully engaged in a democracy that is more than just them going to work and paying their taxes, but actually allowing the 87 of us in here to speak on their behalf. So, Mr. Chair, it's clear that what's in writing is inconsistent from what I'm hearing, and for that reason, I absolutely support the honourable member from, I believe it was Edmonton South, in the desire to strike this clause. And I think on behalf of, for the good of Alberta, for the good of democracy, we all should support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton West Henday caught my eye.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to rise this evening to just say that I am fully in support of the amendment put forward by the member from Edmonton South, and have appreciated the conversation, especially through this amendment debate from the independent members, of course, as well as my own caucus members in the opposition here. But, you know, just first off, I think it's you know, important to reflect on some comments that were made by the member from Edmonton, Beverly Clairview at some points, talking about the fact that we do, from time to time, have people in our communities that are interested in getting involved on a party level or a partisan level. And, you know, in some instances, those people say that they don't necessarily have the money to put forward for a membership fee. And in those instances, we have to be clear as far as we can that it's unfortunately just one of those things where we believe you shouldn't be able to be buying those memberships for other people. And so, again, in this instance, with the amendment before us and the lack of clarity and the confusion, I mean, the minister spoke about confusion that exists. I think that it hasn't become any more clear because of the words that have been put forward by the minister, but I think that it's relatively clear from the interpretation from the chief electoral officer that we've heard spoken to at length through this conversation this evening and in previous amendments on this debate, that this continues to be a concern. And I truly don't understand why the government is so unwilling to accept this amendment to ensure that membership fees are only paid for by a person that is buying the membership for themselves. It's truly fascinating to me why the government is so set on ensuring that other people can buy memberships for other people, for lack of better terms, Mr. Chair. And so I can only reflect again, as the previous member was just speaking did, at the history that we've seen from the actions of this party or the leadership of this party through the leadership election that happened under the UCP just a short few years ago. And I am very concerned, not only for democracy across the province and all Albertans, but for the democracy within the UCP party. Because at the end of the day, we disagree on many things, maybe most things, Mr. Speaker, but I think that we should be able to agree that the only person that should be buying a membership into a party is the person that wants that membership themselves, Mr. Speaker. And so, you know, I'm continue to be concerned about this decision of the government to move forward with such a weird piece within this legislation. I'm hopeful that they would be willing to accept this amendment so we can move forward as we have been able to in other instances within the legislation. I think that we've made some decent progress on making a bad bill better this evening from amendments that this government has put forward. I think that this amendment before us is another opportunity for us to make that possible. Now, my last point on this amendment, or the conversations that we've heard thus far, Mr. Chair, you know, the fact is, again, as much as we can, we do our best to be respectful, and, you know, I think I have good days and bad days, Mr. Chair, but the fact is, we just heard from the Minister of Justice rise and say that the NDP gives memberships to people when they email them. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable. Again, with the concerns that have been brought forward against the leadership of this party over the past few years, that the minister is even willing to make such allegations, and I don't think that it's befitting of this House or that position, and I would appreciate if that kind of rhetoric could just end at this point. So, thank you.
I see the Honourable Deputy Government Whip has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate being recognized. And also, for the comments from Edmonton West Henday. I really don't care who they give an NDP membership to. That's party business. They can decide that. And for the United Conservative Party, we can control our own memberships and have bylaws about what those members can do and who can buy them and for who and what privileges that allows. That's party business. And so I appreciate the concern that the NDP seem to have for how the United Conservative Party runs, but that's for its members to decide and for governance to be decided at annual general meetings under the Societies Act. There are rules for this. There are ways to govern it. There are ways to handle it. And I think that that needs to be recognized, frankly. So I don't think this amendment is necessary at all because this is party business and it doesn't need to be legislated. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to move to adjourn debate.
Thank you. Having heard the motion as proposed by the honourable member for Leduc Beaumont to adjourn debate and report progress on Bill 81, Election Statutes Amendment Act 2021, when the committee rises, are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? No. That is carried. And a division has been called. Call in the members. Thank you, honourable members. A division was called on the motion as proposed by the honourable member for Leduc Beaumont to adjourn debate and report progress on Bill 81, Election Statutes Amendment Act 2021. All those in favour of adjourning, please rise and be counted.
Honourable Mr. Schweitzer, Honourable Mr. Madhu, Honourable Mr. Panda, Honourable Mr. Copping, Honourable Mr. Nixon, Honourable Minister LaGrange, Honourable Mr. McIver, Honourable Mrs. Sani, Honourable Mr. Glubish, Mr. Long, Honourable Mr. Orr, Honourable Ms. Pond, Honourable Ms. Isaac, Mr. Rutherford, Honourable Mr. Ellis, Ms. Lovely, Honourable Mr. Luan, Mr. Rain, Mr. Guthrie, Mr. Yao, Mr. Smith, Mr. Nixon, Mr. Newdorf, Mrs. Allard, Mr. Williams, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Hanson, Mrs. Ahir, Mr. Gottfried.
All those opposed to adjourning on 81, please rise and be counted.
Ms. Sweet, Mr. Sabir, Mr. Billis, Mr. Egan, Ms. Ganley, Member Carson, Ms. Goring, Mr. Diol, Mr. Barnes.
Mr. Chair, for the motion, 29, against 9.
Thank you. That adjournment is carried. We now have before us, before the committee, now has then consideration of Bill 73, Infrastructure Accountability Act before it. Are there any comments, questions, or amendments to be offered at this time? I see the honourable member for Calgary Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I rise to move an amendment. So I will let that reach the table.
So there you go. Happening in the garage.
You just leave the folder next time and say that. Like 60 proposals. Where's the... Thank you, honourable members. As always is the case, there will be copies at the tables, at the entrances. You can also raise your hand and one will be delivered to you. This will be on behalf, I believe, of the member for Edmonton South. And for your benefit and all those here, this amendment will be referred to as Amendment A5.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'll read the amendment. So, on behalf of my honourable colleague for Edmonton South, I move the following amendment. That Bill 73, the Infrastructure Accountability Act, be amended as follows. By striking out Section 4G and substituting the following: additional criteria as prescribed by the Lieutenant Governor and Council, and by adding immediately after Section 6, 7, on the responsible minister's recommendation, the Lieutenant Governor and Council may prescribe additional criteria for the purposes of Section 4G that the responsible minister must consider when evaluating the capital planning submissions. So, what does it do? So what the amendment does is, currently the Act sets out a series of criteria. In addition, the minister has the ability to prescribe criteria. This would make it the case the Lieutenant Governor and Council, that would be Cabinet, could prescribe the criteria instead. So why is that different, one might ask? Well, because in Alberta, I was interested to discover, ministerial orders are not always required to be published, and certainly not all in the same place. So depending on the ministry or the minister, the orders may all be published online. They're not necessarily required to all be published online. They're not necessarily gathered and all published in one place. So for your average member of the public, it can be a bit difficult to follow. Orders in council, however, are required to be published. They're required to be published in a certain way in a certain place. And so what that does is it basically would sort of render public any additional criteria that were added on. that's a big deal because it isn't just the government that needs to care about what the criteria are. Lots of other people need to care what the criteria are. For instance, there are a bunch of outside agencies, there are municipalities. Many people have an interest in what these criteria are because they'll affect projects that are critical for them. For instance, for a municipality, you know, this is potentially, it has a huge impact on projects that have an impact on the lives of the citizens of that municipality. And so they will care very deeply what these criteria are. In addition, Mr. Chair, I think the entire stated purpose of this bill is to make the criteria publicly available. These are the criteria that were already used by government. They were used before us. They were used while we were there. They have been used after us. You know, these are criteria that have been used to evaluate projects. Now, obviously, I quibble somewhat with certain criteria that are lacking. For instance, you know, consideration of environmental impact, consideration of energy efficiency, that sort of thing, I think is increasingly relevant and ought to have been included. But for the purposes of this amendment, what it would do is it would make it the case that if the government wishes to amend the criteria, at minimum the criteria have to say public. Because, I mean, definitely worse than not having publicly available criteria at all is to have criteria, some of which are public and some of which are hidden. Because that just leaves people with this sort of like expectation that the rules are one way when in fact they may turn out to be another way. So I think this is important. I think that if we're going to make these things public, we should make them all public. Because what it does currently is allow the government to say, look, we made the criteria public. Here they are in these acts, except for the ones that we made by ministerial order that we didn't publish anywhere and nobody knows about. And so actually then people are attempting to play by rules of which they are unaware. And that's, I mean, I think challenging and unfair to those individuals. And I mean, again, this will have impacts on industry, on First Nations, irrigation leagues, community leagues, municipalities, the list goes on. So I don't think this is unreasonable. It really just adds to what the government's stated purpose is. And so were they to reject it, I would be very curious about their stated purpose. Because if the stated purpose is transparency, then simply making it the case that additional criteria be published in a publicly available and clear manner for people to see, I mean, should be an obvious improvement. It should be something that the government is thrilled to hear about. I mean, if it truly is the case that the point is to be entirely transparent, then we have done nothing but help the government. We have done nothing but say, oh, yes, I mean, you have your criteria in the legislation, but look here, you can add one. It doesn't get published anywhere, so we fixed it. Now, if you want to add a criteria, we'll all be able to see that criteria. I think, you know, we've had a lot of conversation around this sort of thing in the House, but you know, the government is fond of saying sunshine is the best disinfectant. I don't disagree. So I don't see any real reason to reject this. All it means is, again, that, I mean, the minister can still come to cabinet and suggest to his colleagues the additional criteria he wants to add. All this requires now is that his colleagues around the cabinet table agree, and then that it be published. So that's the only change. It still allows the same thing otherwise. I think this is well in the spirit of transparency. I think it's good public policy, and yeah, I'm hoping that the government will accept or at least consider this amendment, because it's a reasonably straightforward amendment. I think it's clear what it does. And again, it doesn't take the government's ability to prescribe additional criteria away. They're still perfectly able to prescribe additional criteria. It's just now those additional criteria will be an OIC instead of a ministerial order. OIC is order in council. There'll be an order in council instead of a ministerial order. And the order in council will be published. And that way, all of the other people who rely on infrastructure projects funded by the government, who will be affected by this act and by any sort of subsequent ministerial order making of additional criteria, will be aware of those criteria. And that will make it easier, more transparent, more fair. And so I'm extremely hopeful that the government will consider this amendment, which I think is very good in the spirit in which it is intended. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We are on Amendment A5. I see the Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Yeah, I would like to thank the member opposite for offering that amendment, but I don't see any value in accepting that amendment because we considered all that when we included in the bill, and I would ask everyone to reject that amendment, and because as the needs change over a period of time, the minister should have the flexibility to respond to the changes and the needs of the day. So that's why respectfully I can't accept that amendment, and I would like to call the question. Thank you.
I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And yeah, I know I totally concur with the Honourable Member from Calgary Mountain View. I think that while I've observed some inconsistencies in Bill 73, I think an amendment like this really makes it acceptable for us, quite frankly, as a caucus, because of what we're trying to do, the intention from the beginning. I know the Honourable Minister has been telling us that he was looking for transparency and he was looking for criteria that was easily accessible, and and for the sake of efficiency and bidding on contracts, that's what you got to do. I mean, you want to make sure that everyone has an equal chance to see exactly what is being looked for, and if the minister is making that information available to the public, then that's going to help a lot. And so this amendment definitely does that. It allows the additional criteria to be that the minister might consider when evaluating a submission, and I think that that's the essence of common sense and good governance as well. And so I know that we have lots of building to do here in the province of Alberta, and which is something to look forward to, building a more sustainable infrastructure and being a leader in regards to building transport and sustainable buildings and new schools and hospitals and so forth. And when we do that, we're putting those buildings and the programs that are being housed by this infrastructure sort of on a set course. It's kind of like setting the banks of a river, right? And so you want to make sure you're doing it well and doing it correctly the first time. And I think that Bill 73 could serve that purpose as long as we were following this ability to have full transparency as to what the curriculum, what the purpose is and what the parameters are of any given project. And so I think that this is a laudable goal, and we know that municipal partners would benefit from this as well, right? And industries, First Nation, everyone that needs the information to make a proper bid to build any given government project. So I like that. I haven't heard that sunshine is the best in disinfectants cliche for a long time. And sometimes when you don't hear cliches for a while, they become fresh, right? And I like that that idea of literally the metaphor of the sunshine of passing the minister's evaluations onto capital planning submissions so that they might have a full evaluation by all members and people that are part of a project, any given project that we're building here in the province. And so I encourage everyone to vote for this amendment. It'd be fun. We see amendments being passed and considered here tonight. There's a special thing in the air tonight. I think we can do really well to continue on with our streak of passing amendments here now with Bill 73. Thanks.
Thanks. We are on Amendment A5. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Meadows.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to rise in the House to speak to the Amendment A5. And I'm speaking in support of this amendment. The reason why I'm saying it really strengthens the spirit of this bill, as is saying that this is this bill states that this is actually strengthening the accountability in Infrastructure Act. So by seeing this, as my colleagues, the member from Calgary Mountain View and the member from Edmonton Northwest have so effectively explained why this amendment is important to this piece of legislation, that itself, looking at the government summary documents, that sees clearly some of the important concerns by the major stakeholders, by municipalities and municipal leaders. The government heard and government did acknowledge those, but they are not being addressed in this piece of legislation. So this amendment, taking that the feedback that we heard and the government admit in their summary document that they heard, so that the municipal leaders should be actually heard, and by passing this amendment, it adds to the provision of this act. The process of decision making and the orders that actually are published and available to general public, so where they can really, if not being part of everything, but they can judge and the decision and provide their feedback finally to the government decisions. And around accountability, as it states, there are a lot of issues. This bill generally does not really address the large concerns around the government actions in the past 2.5 years, where government put the huge interest of the Albertans on stake without consulting and providing transparent information to them. And that bill doesn't address a lot of that stuff, and it does not guarantee that it will not happen again. But this amendment focuses to a very specific portion of the piece of the legislation that will help promote the spirit of this bill as government is claiming and this bill states, it's increasing the accountability around government decision makings. So I think this amendment needs to be supported, and I will encourage my colleagues to support and vote for this amendment A5, and with that I also conclude my remarks on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any other members? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Castle Downs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my honor to rise tonight to speak to A5 on the Infrastructure Accountability Act. I think that part of this legislation is essential to have transparency, and that's what the criteria are. And so the amendment that's being proposed really gives the ability for anybody that's looking at accessing infrastructure requests a clear understanding of what the criteria are. The way it is written in this legislation, if it's under a ministerial order, we heard explained that it isn't required to be public. Therefore, it puts so many at a disadvantage. If there's a municipality that wants to look at some infrastructure, if there's community leagues or sports organizations or First Nations, anybody that really wants to have a clear understanding of what the criteria are, the way that it reads now, it's not accessible to the public. And so by the member from Edmonton South putting forward this amendment, it's really just giving an opportunity for everybody that would be accessing the criteria a clear understanding. If it's done through orders in council, it's public. And so everyone would be able to access it. It's not saying that the minister can't have some impact from time to time on the criteria. It's just simply saying that it has to go to all members of cabinet and it has to be made public rather than just a minister in isolation making the decision in a closed room without it being open to everybody that would be expected to understand what the criteria are. So I know as the culture critic, I've talked to people all across the province about what their infrastructure asks are. And really, infrastructure is impacted by everybody in this chamber. Every member in this chamber has an infrastructure ask for their community. And instead of guessing what the criteria are or what the minister may have done from time to time, this amendment just provides some clarity, some transparency, and like the act is named itself, some accountability. And so it simply makes sense to change the section of the act to ensure that there is transparency to the public. The people that are actually asking for these infrastructure needs in their communities have a right to know what the criteria are. And so I'm concerned when I hear the minister get up and say, no, it's not needed. I just question why. Why would you not want anybody that's wanting to have an infrastructure ask have the best information available rather than hiding what the criteria are? It should be accessible to the public. And by putting it through the orders in council, it does that. It makes it published, it makes it public. It gives all members of council an opportunity to have some insight. Decisions this big shouldn't be made in isolation. It should be an opportunity for all the different ministries to come together to talk about what their needs are. Because I know in culture, there's a really good understanding about what the needs are, whether it's something in the Red Deer sports community where they wanted to add accessible washrooms, right? So the culture minister would have an understanding about that. And if there was a criteria that the Minister of Infrastructure wanted to change, that minister could simply say, you know what, that doesn't make sense because of A, B, and C. And so it might change it, or it might make it better by having all of these voices at the table to have a discussion about what the criteria are. And so this doesn't decrease their ability, it doesn't decrease accountability, it actually increases it, makes everybody accountable, and it makes everybody in the public aware of what's going on. And so when we're talking about the Infrastructure Accountability Act, this amendment actually makes it more accountable. And so to hear the minister say no makes me question what's happening. Why would you not want transparency? Why would you not want accountability? It's a simple change that it doesn't cost any money to make this change. It's just a way to open things up, to shine light on what's happening in the ministry, and to give more understanding to those that are applying for infrastructure asks. You know, when people are coming forward and they come through my office and, you know, they ask, can you help with this grant? We want to be able to say very clearly, if you go to the website and you look under the infrastructure, if you look at what the criteria are, it's all laid out. It should be very clear what the expectations are for you to secure this. But when decisions are made by ministerial order and in private, behind closed doors, that transparency is gone. You know, people put tons of hours into their asks for government. They know that there's limited funds available, and they want to make sure that the time that they're spending in their organization is a benefit. To spend hours on putting forward a proposal for an infrastructure ask, only to find out that there was some criteria that wasn't disclosed, can be pretty frustrating for the organizations that are applying. And I think by all the members accepting this piece of or this amendment, A5, it makes sense to make government more accountable, to look at what's happening when decisions are being made, when criteria are being changed. And I mean, the wording time to time makes it sound like it's not something that's going to happen very often. So it shouldn't be very time consuming to have all council come together to talk about what the asks are and to just put it out to the public. This is what's happening. This is what the criteria are. And here's what is exactly expected of you when you're putting an ask forward. So, in my opinion, this is an amendment that makes sense. It's an amendment that is clear, it's transparent, and it's helpful to all members in the chamber when they're working with their organizations across the province to put forward their infrastructure asks. So, with that, Mr. Chair, I would ask that all members in this chamber support this notice of amendment A5 and vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We are on Amendment A5, and I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Beverly Clairview has joined debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to Amendment A5, which I support. I support my colleague and my colleagues. There's a number of issues, Mr. Chair, that we have with the bill as it currently reads. You know, and I appreciate the fact that the Minister of Infrastructure has claimed that this bill is merely a housekeeping bill and has codified what previous governments have done. Now, the claim or the insinuation, Mr. Chair, that previous governments did not follow any kind of direction or prescription for how projects are vetted and approved is patently false. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair, having served as a member of cabinet, that the process that our government followed in 2015 was one that previous governments followed. Now, I appreciate the fact that the minister is codifying what's been traditional practice for governments for many years. In fact, practice which has been followed before my time, before my colleague from Edmonton Northwest time, and before the leader of the official opposition, who is the longest serving member currently in the chamber, long before her time. And so anyone in this chamber who claims that we are suddenly about to embark upon a new practice which has never been followed is incorrect. And that's the politest way I'll state that fact, Mr. Speaker. So we're talking about the current tabled amendment to Bill 73, the Infrastructure Accountability Act. And the challenge that I have with this bill, Mr. Chair, and the reason that I'm supporting this current motion is the fact that government should be looking at opportunities and ways to partner with municipalities. I mean, quite frankly, Mr. Chair, if we want to get to our optimal position, if we want Alberta to compete on the global stage, we need to align not just all three orders of government. We need to align all of our economic development associations, and we need to align entities, quite frankly, like Invest Alberta. I can tell you, Mr. Chair, where we are today, they are not all aligned. And the problem with that is that we all lose. I mean, this isn't about scoring points or who's right or who's wrong. I've said to the minister, I've said to stakeholders, I support the fact that Invest Alberta was taken out of the Ministry of JEI, the former Ministry of Economic Development and Trade, and moved to a Crown corporation. Now, it should be noted that the current government loves to rewrite history and talk about Invest Alberta as an entity they created. It's not. The entity existed under the previous ministry. However, I will give credit to this government that they moved it into a Crown Corp, a separate entity. There are significant opportunities that we have, Mr. Chair. But we need to ensure that the government is not only acting in the best interests of Albertans, but that they're not just bringing in legislation, but they're bringing in policies that will ensure that there is adequate oversight in these entities. And so when we look at the current bill, that's codifying a number of processes that have existed, and not just with the previous government. I mean, honestly, Mr. Chair, this is where I wished that the current government could strip away the partisan comments and recognize that this process has been followed, what's being codified in this bill, for a number of years. And it has. When I look to governments that served before my time, they followed similar guidelines that this legislation is outlining. And I appreciate that the minister and this government are in fact codifying the processes that have existed. I think the fact that this bill does not introduce new funding for existing infrastructure, or more importantly, well, equally importantly, Mr. Chair, that municipalities and regions within the province are not brought in as partners is problematic. You see, Mr. Chair, what our government, under the NDP, tried to do was ensure that there was an alignment between municipalities, regions, the private sector, and the provincial government. You know why, Mr. Chair? Because internationally, investors want to know that there is an alignment. And those are the jurisdictions they want to invest in. And in fact, we know for a fact companies like Infosys, Emphasis, and other companies that are coming to Alberta are not coming here because of the corporate tax rate. In fact, none of them, including Amazon, AWS, who I know for a fact because I sat down with them, did not mention the corporate tax rate. You know what they mentioned, Mr. Chair? Access to talent. What I didn't tell them, because I want companies like AWS to invest in Alberta, is the fact that this government has gutted our post-secondary institutions to the tune of $700 million. And you know what, Mr. Chair? I worry about the day that companies like AWS look at how this UCB government treats our post-secondaries and our talent pipeline. It's ironic, Mr. Chair. This government touts the fact that they are pro-pipeline, yet they are the most anti-talent pipeline government in the country. We have, or had, one of the best post-secondary institutions in the country. One of our researchers won a Nobel Prize, and this government's response is to gut the very institution because it doesn't align with other provinces. Do we want to continue to be and to have some of the best post-secondaries to attract talent, or do you want to be average or below average? Because that's what you're shooting for. Do you know why Alberta is ranked third, now fourth, thanks to you? For artificial intelligence? Oh, no, this relates to the bill, Mr. Chair.
Chair, that's what I'm saying.
Yes, sir. Back through you. Mr. Chair, do you want to know why Alberta ranks fourth globally in the world for artificial intelligence? Because of funding that started, and I will, and I'm happy to give credit to a former government, the PCs under Ed Stelmach, started funding AMI, the Alberta Machine Intelligence Institute, back in about 2004, 2003. We attracted global top talent, and this should have the interest of the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation. That's how we attracted top researchers and how Alberta, for decades, ranked third. We're now fourth. Investments in our post-secondary are critical. It's the talent pipeline, Mr. Chair. That's why Infosys came here, which, by the way, the Infosys deal was worked on back in 2017. How do I know that? Oh, I sat down with them. Shake your head, Minister of Justice. Were you there? Were you in San Francisco with me and Calgary Economic Development? You were not. That's laughable. The Minister of Environment and Parks just called it a junket, yet at every turn.
I do also just want to take this opportunity to remind all members that names, proper names of elected representatives should not be used in this House. One of the main reasons for that is because it can personalize debate, which usually tends to lead towards decreased decorum, which thereby leads to ineffective debate. So, the only member with the call right now is the honourable member for Edmonton, Beverly, Clairview.
Mr. Chair, the members of government have no worries because they are about to be a one-term government. Now, what I can say, Mr. Chair, is that deals like Infosys took years in the making. And I appreciate that this government is so desperate for wins that they'll claim whatever they want. I encourage this government to go talk to Calgary Economic Development and ask them, when did they start meeting with these companies to attract them to Alberta? Because it was long before their term. Mr. Chair, once again, the heckling from the government proves that a member can say anything in this place, regardless of how far from the truth it actually is. Now, what I will say coming back to this is that there's a number of issues with this bill, which is why I'm supporting the current amendment that's before the House. But I can tell you, Mr. Chair, the gravest concern that I have is with the future of this province in the hands of this current government, who are happy to take credit for investment decisions that happened long before they ever came to power. And that the fact is that their current decisions, Mr. Chair, will have impacts that go forward for years. Because, Mr. Chair, and I know that the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation understands this, that every single positive announcement that has occurred in the last 3 years is first and foremost around talent and secondly around quality of life. And this government has done an incredible job messing up the two of them. $700 million cut to our post-secondaries, the very talent pipeline. They've shrunk it. They eliminated the interactive digital media tax credit, which we've heard from company after company and Alberta entities saying, you've placed Alberta at a disadvantage. This government claims that they know about industry. They're so naive or ignorant or both. Mr. Chair, what companies are looking for is a level playing field, and this government has eliminated it. It's put Alberta at a disadvantage. And the problem, Mr. Chair, is that these investments have happened despite the current government, not because of. And the challenge is, we'll see these impacts that happen far in the future. And so, Mr. Chair, this comes back to the current bill, 73, the Infrastructure Act, and the current amendment, which is to make significant changes to the current bill. The fact that this government has not included municipalities or regions within the province is extremely problematic. I believe the Minister of Municipal Affairs has told me that there are 330-ish municipalities in the province. I'm seeking some kind of verbal aye agreement. However, it's somewhere around there, Mr. Chair. What Alberta needs, and you know what, the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation talks about Team Alberta all the time, and I appreciate that. In fact, we started that language back in 2015. And I can tell the House that I was proud, as Minister of Economic Development and Trade, to lead the largest trade delegation in Alberta's history. There were over 80 Alberta companies and business associations that accompanied us to China, over 300 participants. And it was extremely successful. And in my opinion, that's what government should be doing. Should be leading trade delegations to help Alberta businesses expand, break into new markets.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any other members looking to join on A5? I see the Honourable Member for Calgary McCall has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to speak to Amendment A5. And this is an important amendment, and I will briefly explain what it does. But before that, I want to say that this bill essentially codifies what governments have been doing, what government are supposed to be doing, and I think government came up with this bill so that Minister of Infrastructure will have a piece of legislation to his name. Otherwise, I don't think this bill changes much. And as I said, that we are all about increased transparency. We are all about accountability around infrastructure projects and how public money is spent on that project. And when I was in my constituency for the last little while, I have been discussing different bills with different people, different stakeholders. Not one person asked me about this bill. But what they do ask is that last budget, even though the Northeast communities were the fastest growing communities across the province. And the kids in those communities have to travel in other quadrants of the city to attend school. The government did not allocate a single school, public or Catholic. For the entire Calgary, not just Northeast, but they did not invest a single penny on new schools in Calgary, in Northeast Calgary. So people are concerned about how government is spending infrastructure funds. And if this bill helps people understand how funds will be spent going forward, I think sure that transparency is welcome. And I think following the introduction of this bill, we have consulted as well. We have consulted with Albertans, we have consulted with our constituents, we have consulted with stakeholders. And also, we took time to read the document produced by this government through its own consultation process, what we heard document. And I think Albertan told this government exactly what they want to see in infrastructure planning. But again, the government did not listen. Government completely ignored the feedback they got from their own consultation. And let me quote from the executive summary of that document that clearly articulates some of the most important things this government heard and chose not to listen. It reads in part, and I quote, "The criteria used to evaluate capital projects should be defined, consistent, and in alignment with regional and municipal planning," end quote. That's what Albertans told this government, that when we are planning infrastructure for this province, we need to work with other orders of government. Most important one being our municipal governments. And that's in government's own document, that's what they heard from Albertans. That Albertans want a consistent and well-defined criteria that is in alignment with regional and municipal planning. And I don't know why the government didn't include this important criteria in their legislation. That's something municipalities have been asking for. That's something that makes sense. If you talk with anyone in land use planning, that's something they will support. But instead, government chose to ignore that And not just that. Government has cut funding for municipal sustainability initiative. Government has cut municipal funding in many other areas as well. And oftentimes, it felt like that government was at war with municipalities. More recently, when we met Alberta municipalities at their convention, when we met rural municipalities of Alberta, I think the consistent feedback that we were hearing that government is ignoring their feedback. Government is not listening to them. Just like this bill where they refuse to include alignment with regional and municipal planning, and where they refuse to work with municipalities. There were a number of other issues that were raised by Alberta municipalities and rural municipalities of Alberta. That government is ignoring their feedback. Government is not willing to work with them. One example was RCMP. And the government plans to replace RCMP. In Alberta Municipalities Convention and RMA Convention, I went there few times, went to their socials, had opportunity to talk to many of them. And the feedback was consistent. The government is not listening to municipalities. Not one municipality. Not one municipality was there who supported government plan to replace RCMP with even more costly Alberta Provincial Police Force. They even have buttons printed with writing on them, "Keep RCMP." Then they talked about many other issues. But the consistent theme was that government will not listen to what municipalities have to say. And one big omission in this act is that government ignored municipalities, government ignored to align infrastructure projects with regional and municipal planning. But again, government wants to talk about transparency. Government wants to talk about a well-defined criteria. So the amendment that's before the House, and I hope that Minister will consider this one. In Section 4G, the bill currently reads that other criteria as determined by the responsible minister from time to time. On one hand, the government has named this bill as Infrastructure Accountability Act. And on the other hand, government is giving minister power to include any other criteria that the minister determines in his sole discretion from time to time. And all this amendment is doing is replacing that discretion with a more accountable provision, with a more transparent provision. And what it does, it says, it replaces 4G with a provision, and I read that provision, that additional criteria as prescribed by the Lieutenant Governor in Council. So instead of giving minister again discretion. All this amendment is doing is asking minister to publish that additional criteria, prescribe that criteria through regulations, and in sub 7 provides that corresponding reg-making authority to do the same. So if this bill is truly about accountability, if this bill is truly about transparency, if this bill is truly about defining the criteria how we spend infrastructure money, if this bill is truly about applying consistent criteria, then I think instead of giving responsible minister discretion, we should have power in this legislation that minister may prescribe additional criteria, but that criteria need to be transparent. That criteria need to be enacted through regulation, and that's what this amendment does. So I hope that all members of this House will support this amendment. It makes this legislation a bit better. It makes that criteria a bit more transparent, even though the government has ignored municipalities altogether in this bill. And whenever future infrastructure projects are decided, and if minister needs to consider additional factors, those factors, that criteria can be prescribed through regulations, and this amendment provides for that, and it also provides for that reg-making authority to the cabinet. I hope that minister will consider this amendment, and I urge all members of this House to vote in favor of this amendment, to vote in favor of accountability and transparency and in infrastructure spendings. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other members wishing to speak to Amendment A5 on Bill 73? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A5 as moved by the Honourable Member for Calgary Mountain View on behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton South. All those in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. The amendment is defeated. A division has been called. Ring the bells. members, the division has been called on Amendment A5. All those in favor, please stand.
Ms. Sweet, Mr. Sevier, Mr. Billis, Mr. Egan, Member Carson, Ms. Goring, Mr. Dio.
All those opposed, please stand.
Honorable Mr. Kenny, Honorable Mr. Schweitzer, Honorable Mr. Madu, Honorable Mr. Panda, Honorable Mr. Shandro, Honorable Mr. Copping, Honorable Mr. Nixon, Honorable Minister LaGrange, Honorable Mr. McIver, Honorable Mrs. Sani, Honorable Mr. Glubish, Mr. Long, Honorable Mr. Orr, Honorable Mr. Luan, Honorable Ms. Pond, Honorable Ms. Isaac, Honorable Mr. Ellis, Ms. Lovely, Mr. Rain, Mr. Guthrie, Mr. Yao, Mr. Smith, Mr. Nixon, Mr. Newdorf, Mr. Williams, Mrs. Allard, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Hanson, Mrs. Ahir, Mr. Gottfried.
Madam Chair, total for the amendment 7, total against 30.
Honorable members, that is defeated. We are back on Bill 73 in Committee of the Whole. Any members wishing to join the debate? Seeing none, I will call the question on Bill 73, the Infrastructure Accountability Act. On the clauses of the bill, are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? Carried. On title and preamble, are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? Carried. Shall the bill be reported? Are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? Carried.
Amendment A1.
Okay. Don't rip it. Members, we are now on Bill 80, the Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2021, number 2. We are on Amendment A1. Are there any members that are wishing to join the debate on the amendment? The Honourable Member for Edmonton West End.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. Happy to rise to speak to the amendment on Bill 80, the Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act. And I've had a few opportunities to speak to this bill, speak about my major concerns, of course, being a red tape reduction bill, as this government loves to put forward. We are seeing many different pieces of legislation being affected by this. It is what we would consider an omnibus piece of legislation, and unfortunately, again, we're seeing a pattern from this government using these so-called red tape reduction acts to hide detrimental changes to some important pieces of legislation that are going to affect the funding allocations for people who are trying to further their education, many of these people accessing different levels of support. But in this case, we are indeed talking about part-time and full-time learners. And so while we have had some opportunities to speak to the entirety of this bill, Madam Speaker, I believe at this point we are dealing with an amendment seeking to remove the changes that are being proposed to the part-time and full-time learner funding. And we've heard from this government and this minister responsible for such programs talking about how something new is being put in place, and we should, take it at face value that these changes are going to lead to better outcomes. But unfortunately, it's really hard for myself and my colleagues to take that at face value. Like I've said so many times in this legislature, especially with the changes that are being made specific to this issue, and in terms of the regulations that still have to come forward with that, but also from what we've seen, the ability of the minister to choose who is going to be receiving this funding and how much funding is going to be provided in many cases, and that's extremely frustrating. On one hand, we have these supports written into legislation already, and this government is proposing that we trust them and that they remove these important learner benefits and believe them that it's going to be equivalent on the other end. But unfortunately, we haven't gotten that commitment from the advanced education minister. At this point, has not been willing to share whether he is expecting the same amount of funding to be allocated, whether the criteria and the expectations of who's going to be able to access this funding and timelines and so forth. So that continues to be a major frustration for us, especially when we look at the track record of this government when it comes to, as I've stated several times on the record, Madam Chair, regarding AISH funding, regarding seniors benefits, and the move to de-index such programs. And going further, even when we talk about issues of affordable housing, and even as far as the $700 million that we've seen this government cut from post-secondary institutions, at the same time raising tuition, at the same time increasing the changes to income support. I'll leave it at that, Madam Chair. But the fact is, these all have compounding factors, and at the end of the day, it's Albertans who are going to be stuck without proper programming, without proper funding for them. And it's absolutely frustrating, again, in the midst of a continued pandemic, when we should be encouraging people to further their education and to be able to access supports that are going to keep them in housing. Again and again, we've raised concerns about this government's lack of action on affordable housing, and really on shelter funding as well. And of course, even here in the city of Edmonton, the UCP government waited till the very last hour to provide funding for shelters. But Madam Chair, at the end of the day, we need to be focused on affordable housing and these other programs that are going to keep people in their community living the life that they wish to lead. And unfortunately, again, so many decisions by this government are hurting those opportunities. And so, when we look at the changes to these learner programs, we have many newcomers to Canada or the province and immigrants hoping to access these full-time and part-time learning income supports. We've already seen this UCP government cut $83 million from employment and income support through this current budget. And I imagine some of those cuts are going to be realized through the changes to these respective acts and learner benefits. And so it's truly devastating to see these changes on top of the ones that I've discussed earlier in terms of how Albertans are being taxed on these types of programs, and at the end of the year during tax time finding out that their funding is going to be claimed against their income, and so now all of a sudden they're either losing other benefits or they're being forced to pay out money without truly understanding that might be the case. And so, again, this government continues to make decisions at the last minute that are affecting Albertans, and as I raised earlier, the same thing happened with benefits in terms of AISH, not only this government de-indexing them, but also changing the dates when those funds would be rolled out. And so it's extremely frustrating to see these changes being proposed, and again, is why I'm supporting the amendment that's before us. And, Madam Chair, I'm hopeful that we'll have more opportunity to potentially speak to this bill, because I do have other concerns that have been raised regarding the healthcare insurance pieces. I know this government has recently put out their Budget 2020 consultation survey online, and it's interesting to see that they actually are asking people how they would feel about potentially having healthcare premiums. And so while we see this legislation, this government saying that while these changes to the Healthcare Insurance Act are included in here, it's kind of a across-the-board change that isn't going to have any effect. But then on the other hand, we have this government proposing that this might be an idea that Albertans support. But again, Madam Chair, hopefully I will have some more opportunities to get to that at a later date. So with all that being said, Madam Chair, again, I hope that we can find support for this amendment that's before us. I think that while there is some modernization that we're seeing within this legislation in terms of grammar and wording throughout, that there are some major concerns included in this bill. The main ones, as I've stated again and again, are regarding the learner benefits, and I think that we must reflect on the situation that we find ourselves in. I think the member from Edmonton Beverly Clairview this evening on a separate piece of legislation laid out quite clearly the fact that we need to continue to consider our talent pipeline and the opportunities that we have, and also the consequences that we are going to have if we continue to scale back funding, not only to our post-secondary institutions through direct funding, but also to those same institutions by moving to cut supports like the ones that we're seeing being considered under the Income and Employment Supports Act in this legislation. So again, Madam Chair, I would encourage all members to support the amendment that's before us. I think that it's incumbent upon us to not continue down this path of removing the supports that are in place to support Albertans and have been historically. I think that we should be building on these programs. We haven't received that commitment from this minister that this is indeed a move to strengthen this program or to increase funding at the end of the day is going to be one of the biggest concerns for me, Madam Chair. We haven't received that confirmation, and so at this point I'm not going to be able to take the minister's word for it that he is going to be going to make decisions in the best interest of all Albertans when it comes to his discretion on who gets funding and when that program rolls out and how it rolls out. So those continue to be concerns that could be easily fixed if we were to support this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Meadows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to speak to the amendment on Bill 80, Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act 2021. This bill introduces a number of changes, and many of these changes in Bill 80 are simple housekeeping measures, which could have been in Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act. But some of just focus on one of the substantial changes that is being introduced through this legislation is to the Income and Employment Support Act, and it has also impacted the skills training bursary program as well. So this program provides support for both training benefits and income support and benefits. So Bill 80 removes this access to this training benefit if a person is not accepted in training program that commence before April 1st next year, 2022. This means that the government is essentially sunsetting or going to close the training benefit for people who need it most. It does this by amending sections 6, 10, and 11 of the Income and Employment Support Act to require that for a member of a household to be eligible for income and employment support as full and part-time learner, they must be accepted in an approved training program that commences before April 1, 2022. So, Madam Chair, this means the full-time learner stream of income support bill no longer exists if this bill is passed. The UCP claims that full-time learner income support is no longer needed because changes made to Student Financial Assistance Act achieve the same goal. However, the changes made in the regulation give the minister complete power to decide who receives funding and how much funding they get. Section 3 in the regulation states that the minister may provide foundational learning assistance only if money is available for assistance. So this substantially weaker than legislative requirement is arbitrary and states no criteria for who receives funding. The UCP made changes to support for low-income post-secondary students earlier in this year, and that changed to learner income support and the skilled investment bursary part-time students program, which helps adult learners pay for basic education, upgrading, or English as a second language, is no longer to be considered as a reportable benefit on income tax. So I spoke on this, and I also referred to the comments from one of the beneficiary that who ended up actually giving up on the program she was in after those changes was brought in 2020 by the UCP government. These programs have been critical support to the low-income families, and I have my personal experience and understand that how important these programs were to those people who wanted to either learn English as a second language or pursue the next level of education or post-secondaries, or either many of those people in racial communities, in ethnic communities, or the people who come from other countries to make Canada their home, that they face a number of barriers and challenges by, one, that not being their educations and their degrees recognized to the full capacity. So these were the programs that helped them or give them courage to step up, to improve or update or upgrade their education in Canada, not only for the benefit of those individuals and their families, but also to our province by providing the talent and the skills that our province needed to progress in many different sectors. I have a number of friends. They were able to pursue their degrees or upgrade their educations because these programs were available. So they could quit their full-time jobs to join the post-secondary educations while working on part-time jobs and not having the enough income flow to support their post-secondary or education fees. So by passing this legislation, it does not only directly impact those individuals by losing these benefits, but the number of moves and the actions of this UCP government has already made the life very hard of those individuals. They are living on the bottom lines or struggling in their life to make their end meet. So we have seen the government moved on de-indexing the age benefits, regardless of public pressure, the opposition calls. And not only the government cut support to the seniors program, the number of the benefits seniors were able to access, but also there are huge cuts to public education. The cuts to post-secondaries. I had a meeting with the college, Francophone College, College St. John. Yeah. So I had a meeting with the principal, long meeting, and he painfully described the impact of post-secondary education cuts to their institutions and explained the institution is forced to almost cut their 44% programs because of the approach of this government. I have seen the advanced education minister rising in the House and saying that they're not directly funding the college, and they're not micromanaging how these institutions are spending their money. But that is the truth. You have cut nearly $750 million from their funding. So when those institutions are struggling, the life is becoming more harder and more expensive. And now, through this bill, the UCP is going further to cut that very program that was so helpful for the low-income families to be able to, step up and have courage to join education institutions, to get next level of education or update their education to the level that where they can serve this province and get benefit from their education they attained elsewhere. And those educations, degrees and experiences, excuse me, they're fully recognized while they apply for immigration to Canada, and they're fully recognized in allotting them the scores, the numbers they need to qualify to be able to be moving to Canada. But unfortunately, once they are here, and the real life is different. In real life, they don't get to get the benefit of their full education, the degrees, and the experiences they had in their countries, but they have to start their life totally from the new level. In many cases, they start from zero again. And the government is not able to see the benefit and the advantage and the necessity of these programs, not only to provide support for those individuals, how important these programs are to achieve the talent and skills that we need in our province in order to prosper in many areas in our province. So with those comments, I would encourage all the members on both sides of the House that please support this amendment. And also with that, I conclude my remarks and I put a motion forward to adjourn the debate.
Having heard to the motion to adjourn debate, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. Can I have the bill? We're going to move to 78. The Alberta Housing Amendment Act 2021. Are there members wishing to join the debate? The Honourable Member for Calgary-McCall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak to Bill 78. And important piece of legislation. Which could have been made better, could have been much better than this. I think we all agree in this House that homelessness is an issue, affordability of homes is an issue, and actually having a place to call home is about basic dignity, and it's a fundamental right of every human being to have a place called home. And government is looking for solutions, repeating mistakes of past. That didn't help us with this issue. Einstein once said that insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expect different results. And this is exactly what this government is doing with this piece of legislation. We do know that in our market, in our free market, there is enough capacity to produce more homes. capacity in terms of land resources, in terms of building resources, in terms of capital, access to capital, in terms of skilled trades, all those things. Market has the capacity to build more homes. The issue is that there are many Albertans who cannot afford to buy those homes. That's the issue. And what we need to decide as province, what we need to decide as society, will we leave all those Albertans at the mercy of market, or will government step up and do something? Will the government step up to provide homes outside the market? And I believe that in a fair society, I believe in a just society, it's the role of the government, it's the fundamental role of the government to make sure that every human, every Albertan have a safe place to call home. Not the mats that government announced. And we do know that it's fairly prevalent. Homelessness is fairly prevalent in Alberta. We have seen homelessness among youth. When we were in government, I also heard from rural communities that now they're seeing homelessness in their communities, which was not there 10, 15, or 20 years ago. We have studies, we have evidence, we have literature out there that is more prevalent in LGBTQ communities. There is also enough academic literature that there is something called hidden homelessness as well. Some people may be staying where they are staying because they don't have anywhere else to go. In more recent numbers, it's really unfortunate that working age people from 24 to 44, that's the group who's facing the worst homelessness. That's the group who's unable to afford homes. And in order to address this issue, government needed to talk with all these communities. Government needed to engage with all these communities. And along with the provision of more homes, it was important that government also addresses the reasons that we know lead to homelessness. Incarceration, unsafe housing conditions, medical issues, mental health issues, abusive relationship, job losses, changing market conditions, addictions. And what this government has done, they have made sweeping cuts to many of these areas. And their cuts and their policies will lead to more homelessness, will lead to more Albertans unable to afford homes. And the solution that government found is that they will sell the existing stock that will privatize what government has now, and somehow that will magically create 25,000 homes. Minister was asked, government was asked over and over, why is there no stipulation in this legislation that the money that will be generated from selling existing stock will be reinvested into providing housing, into providing affordable housing. There is no provision to that effect. We are just asked, Albertans are just asked to trust this government. There is no provision in this legislation that how long these assets will remain as affordable housing. When you ask the government, when you ask the minister, again, the answer is trust us. And the problem with that is that this is the least trusted government across Canada. They cannot be taken on their words. And many of the things in this legislation, that's all government is asking from Alberta, and that's all the government is asking from this opposition, that trust us. We will sell the existing stock. That will create 25,000 homes, a number they picked from somewhere. There is no logical explanation how selling and privatizing existing.
Honorable members, honorable member, there's a lot of members wishing to speak right now, and only one actually has the ability to do so on the floor. I'm having a hard time hearing them. If there are members that wish to have conversations, perhaps the lounge is the best place to do that. The honorable member for Calgary-McCall.
Agreed, Madam Chair. What I was saying here is this, that we are facing crisis. Under this government watch, homelessness, houselessness has increased. There are a number of reasons for that. They have cut investments from programs that help you keep people housed. They have cut supports that help keep people housed. For instance, in education, they have made cuts. They have made cuts to many other programs that help keep people maintain employment, maintain homes. And now, government is taking this crisis and making it even worse. They have not talked to the stakeholders and groups that are facing homelessness more than others. If there was some consultation done with LGBTQ community, Minister can get up and talk about that. Who did she talk to? Which groups she consulted with? They are among the groups that are at more risk of being homeless. There is now rural homelessness in rural communities. If the minister has talked to anyone in rural Alberta or rural communities, they can share those consultations. The working age Albertans between 25 and 44.
On Amendment A1. Go ahead.
They have not talked to that age group. So the amendment that we have brought forward, it will at least make this bill a bit better. Because all this bill does is that minister will sell the existing housing stock and that will create 25,000 homes. Where is the evidence? Where are the numbers? How much you will make from selling that inventory? No answer. Just trust us. That's what minister is saying. The money, even if you say that, nobody still trusts you because that's not possible. Same thing, the money that government may make from selling the existing inventory by privatizing the existing housing stock. There is no guarantee in this piece of legislation that that will be reinvested in creating affordable housing. The only assurance is, again, that trust us, we will do that. So there are a number of issues with this piece of legislation, and this amendment doesn't fix everything, but it certainly will help make this bill a bit better. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any other members wishing to speak to Amendment A1 on Bill 78? Seeing the Honourable Minister of Seniors and Housing.
Thank you. Well, thank you, the honourable members, for your concern and the trust me statement. Just want to make it clear, I never say a word trust me. Instead that we have a very detailed, comprehensive strategy plan. Thank you. So just let me just explain a little bit about the concern, and it's my pleasure to explain a little more and a little bit more detail. And first of all, the concern about the proceeds when we sell some of the government asset that's unused, has been sitting in the province for years, and we've been paying lots of operating costs and waste of taxpayer money. Well, NDP didn't do much, so we did it. We sell it, we utilize all this asset, and we invest the money. That's what this government do. We take care of maximum taxpayer dollar. So it is not we're just selling an asset. We have a plan, and we have a one-year plan that we get a company to do the review of all the asset. 3,000 units we are holding right now, and we will convert it, maybe to sell some of the asset that are unused and get the proceeds. We invest the money back to the affordable housing. And the opposition party say that, oh well, trust me. How do I know that your money is going to reinvest invest back to the affordable housing? I've been mentioned so many times, if you pay attention. If they do. Well, yeah, maybe. Trust me. But anyways, so that posting I mentioned many times is, we did talk about that discuss that with the Treasury Board. What is the best way to utilize this money, and what's the best way to invest? What is the best way to make sure this proceeds go back to the affordable housing? As the minister, that is my job, to look after Alberta. So the best way, they said, well, the best way is sell the proceeds. We're going to put the fund in the system. So that we were going to post that on, well, you can find it on the financial statements for the business plan on the budget. When we sell the proceeds, it will be listed on our financial statements. Anyways, you can find it anywhere. So I don't understand why, maybe they don't fully understand about what the financial statement means, or the budget means, or the business plan means. That's what the proceeds to sell it. It will be listed on those documents. It's open to the public, and you can see. And how are we going to revenue generate, and how are we going to spend the money? And we will spend the money, go back and build more affordable housing, or partnership, or joint partnership, new venture. This is what this Bill 78 about. Bill 78 is about partnership, how to maximize the taxpayer dollar. How can we utilize that and make sure that we are going to make the bill additional 25,000 the household, 25,000 units household.
That's 50,000 people.
Oh, that's lots of people. And we deal with 30% of people on the wait list. That's just about the 70. That's why this amendment is so important, because this is, we have a long plan, have a vision to help all these people waiting for a long time. When this government, when the NDP was the government, well, guess what, Mr. Speaker? Well, listen to this. 4 years, they said they have a huge money invest in affordable housing. But the wait list increased by 65% in 4 years. I know, 65%. That's how to pick up the mess and clean it up. That's okay. That's what we're good at. That's what we can deliver.
There we go. Yep.
So let us talk about the sales asset. And they always say your privatization and this and nothing about privatizations. This is the Madam Chairs. What I've said about is a joint venture, it's a partnership. They never done it in the past before. It is an innovative. I have lots of people that come to me, wow, you guys look at things differently. It's just about time the government create a different way to utilize the money and to build more housing. And this is a creative way. That's what the government has been doing. Look at our premier. It just make an announcement, $7 billion of genuine investment in 1 week. Have they done that before? No. Exactly. So anyways, so that's a partnership. We're going to partner with our non-profit organizations, our corporations. In fact, that I understand their concern, because the bottom line is what we everyone here want to do the best thing for Albertan. This is what we work together, and this is such a great debate. Because this is important, and now I address the other concern about privatization, partnership. We will work with that. We will also guarantee that, not guarantee, but at least utilize the money. We have a plan. You don't. Oh, sorry, you have a 12 pages plan, including the picture. I forgot that.
Honorable Minister, this is a good reminder to direct your comments through the chair.
Well, I'm just excited. Sorry, I'm just excited when we do that. Yeah. So the strategy plan, we have a very comprehensive strategy plan. Thank you to my friends at MLA, Calgary Cross, and create a very comprehensive strategy plan and to set up a foundation, a stronger foundation for affordable housing. And I think it answers most of the question. We answer you that it's not privatization, it's a partnership. We're looking forward to it. A number of people lining up, looking forward to it and working with us and sell of the asset. We are going to sell the asset. All the proceeds will be returning back to the affordable housing and we invest in affordable housing. If you're not sure, you can order all the sales for all the asset, and you can find it online. So stop saying and sell it to your wealthy fan. That's not very smart. because you can find it online. Everything is clear. Anyways, I think I answered all the question. Thank you, the Madam Chair.
Are there any members wishing to speak to Amendment A1? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Beverly Clareview.
Madam Chair, it's my pleasure to speak to this, despite the fact that there's a whole bunch of heckles from the other side, uninformed heckles, quite frankly. I'll keep my comments brief. Just responding to the Honourable Minister, where, sadly, what we get are speaking points, talking points read off a sheet, as opposed to the reality of what this bill will do, which will not create new affordable housing units at all. And you know what? If this government hadn't run its credibility into the ground about a year and a half ago and then continue to dig a hole like Sonic the Hedgehog, maybe Albertans would actually have some faith in this government. Apparently, the front bench is a little jovial tonight and would like me to remind them of all of their failures over the past 2 years. You know what? To my colleague, we actually don't have enough time to recant all of the failures, including the $1.3 billion gamble that the Premier made on a government that never came to be in the United States. I'm coming back.
I hesitate to interrupt you, but we are really far off track on Amendment A1. But I know you're coming around to it right now.
Chair, and I appreciate that. Quite frankly. This bill and this amendment does not accomplish what the government claims that it will accomplish. In fact, it does quite the opposite. And the opposition has pointed out time and time again how this current piece of legislation does not actually contribute new affordable housing units. In fact, it'll do the opposite. Through a scheme that allows the privatization of existing units without an incentive to build new units while continually removing units off the market. And Madam Chair, for those reasons, myself and my colleagues cannot support this bill. And with that, I'll take my seat.
Any other members wishing to speak to Amendment A1? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A1 as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods on behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview. All those in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. The amendment is defeated. We're back on Bill 78 in Committee of the Whole. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to rise and try to get us refocused on Bill 78. So I do have one comment that I would just like to make in response to the minister before I get started on the other pieces that I'm going to speak to. And that is the fact that although the minister has made comments about, well, she doesn't believe that the NDP did anything, and that the structure and that the way that supported housing was being delivered in the province wasn't working and it wasn't any good, and all of the things. However, in saying that, I do think that it's appropriate to maybe remind the minister that not even a few weeks ago, she actually was in Northeast Edmonton at the Londonderry facility, where she was speaking about what a great facility it was and how well it had been established and all the different services and things that were going to be coming out of that supported housing facility, which is actually a mixed income facility or building, which was built under the NDP. And so the minister will take credit for something that happened under the NDP and will actually celebrate it, as she did a couple weeks ago, and what a great model it is, and then not even 5 minutes ago start talking about the fact that that's the way that the NDP wanted to do it doesn't make any sense. So I find that very interesting. It was in my riding, Minister. I'm very aware of who built it. I broke ground on that. But thank you very much for trying to interrupt. Now, the other piece that's concerning about how that works is that what we've seen under Bill 78 is a certain piece, which is under 10 subsection A, which gives the minister a power to set arbitrary competency requirements for housing management bodies. There's nothing within the piece of legislation that speaks to how those will be established, if there's going to be consistency between each board and what those boards will look like. And so I find that piece a little bit concerning. And so because of that, I would like to propose an amendment, and I will have it brought to the table. The original's underneath here. Because I think it's important that we take that piece out of this piece of legislation. And I'll wait, Madam Chair, so you have a copy of it.
This will be known as Amendment A2. Honourable member, please proceed, noting you're moving on behalf of another member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I will read into the record. I'm moving the amendment A2 on behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview to move that Bill 78, Alberta Housing Amendment Act 2021, be amended by striking out Section 10, subsection A. Again, the biggest piece around this amendment is the piece around this section is respecting the manner or method of appointing or electing the member of a board or management body, including the knowledge, skills, experience, expertise, and qualifications required for the members of a board or a management body. Now, that is what the section currently reads in this piece of legislation. The concern around that, of course, is that there's no defining mechanism to actually set clear defining qualities when it comes to what the expectation would be around a knowledge and understanding of working with the individuals that would be supported in this housing environment, the skills, the expertise, and the experience and qualifications that are required. There's nothing to indicate that would be consistent across all the boards that are going to be appointed by this minister, and the structure that would exist because of that. So the struggle with that, of course, is that as the minister continuously speaks to this partnership with private sector, is that there hasn't been any clear definition as to what kind of knowledge base and requirements will be required by this board. Now, we all know that for affordable housing to work, all levels of government need to be moving in the same direction, and they need to be working together. We know this because we see that there are federal dollars that will be transferred to provinces to build such housing. We know municipalities will also partner with provinces and federal counterparts to be able to create plans and to be able to build these facilities. Now, the issue that we have here is that when you have a private partnership, is that who sets those priorities? How is that determined? If you know that federal dollars are going to be coming down, you need to also understand what the municipalities' needs are, where they have determined the location of these buildings need to be. And of course, the province needs to be part of that discussion. Now, if you're working within a private sector and you haven't decided what the structure of the boards will be, who's working in those partnerships? Who's deciding and who's making sure that the goals and the priorities that are being set by the municipalities are being met? Who's working in conjunction with the province and the federal government to make sure that those funds are being accessed appropriately? And does it and will it meet the funding requirements that are being set out by those different funding bodies? So there is a problem with this section. Now, we know historically that the government hasn't been a big fan of working with municipalities and setting those priorities. We've seen it with infrastructure bills. We've seen it in consultation with the RCMP. And we also know that there continues to be a conflict in relationship with the federal government, all which play a role in housing management, deciding where those priorities are and how that money will be allocated to different municipalities. Now, of course, as we've already heard very clearly this evening, the government chooses to blame housing management bodies instead of acknowledging that, in fact, there's been significant cuts to many of the housing management companies that already exist in the province. Because there's been this push to move from a structure that was working, again, Londonderry would be a prime example of a partnership of a nonprofit organization that works well with the municipality of Edmonton, that set up a program that is going to make sense, that's going to work, and even the minister has celebrated it, so obviously there's something that's working there. And yet, undoing all of those good things with this piece of legislation. Now, as my honourable colleagues have already said, we know that this bill is going to do more harm and probably damage relationships with existing nonprofits that are already providing the services that make sense. And in fact, I would say that it's actually going to create more red tape for many of these housing bodies when they try to look at building new infrastructure. Now, the other comments that we've heard from the minister have been, well, you can look at the budget, you can look at what we've done during estimates, and if there's been any properties that have been sold or land that's been sold, which clearly the minister's already said is going to happen, well, it'll be in the budget line item. The very fundamental issue with this, though, Madam Chair, is the fact that there's nothing in the legislation that actually requires that those dollars be reinvested in housing. Again, as my honourable colleague said, it's a trust the government philosophy. Trust that the land that will be sold or the properties that will be sold, those monies will be reinvested because we say it will be. The reality of it is that we can't trust the government. Because unless the opposition goes through every single line item, which we will do, because we're very good at we're very, very good at estimates. Well, you know what? Table a budget, and I'll be more than happy to come to estimates, Minister. The issue with it is that
hesitate to interrupt you, but if you could direct comments through the chair, that'd be super helpful.
I'd be more than happy to. If the minister doesn't want to heckle me, I won't respond. So the issue here is that, again, it's one of those things where when we get caught, then we will respond. But that's the problem with this, is that it has to be a we caught you moment versus an investment. And so I would encourage all members to really look at how this piece of legislation is written, look at how the structure of this body is going to be set up to ensure that there's accountability, and acknowledge that the way this piece of legislation is written under the Section 10 isn't going to actually ensure accountability and good service to the people that are going to be accessing this service.
The Honourable Minister of Seniors and Housing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, the honourable members. That's all those questions. And first of all, the trust has been that appeared so many times during this the debate the period. So I just want to emphasize that this is the government that we, as of today, reach our over 85% of our platform commitment, and that's what the trust, because it's showing in evidence that we are delivered, and we are continue to deliver. So it's not just talking, just trust me. We are action people. We deliver and we get things done, Madam Chair. So another thing is that the member talk about these amendments. He said, oh, yeah, well, who are you going to choose the partners and how are you going to allocate a fund, the budget? Good question, good questions. So I'm going to answer to you that who are going to choose the partnership. The partnership we're going to choose to that partner with us, it is going to be open and transparency. It's a no hidden agenda, no backdoor deal. It will be open to anyone that wish to partner with us, but that they have to meet the criteria. That's no different, Madam Chair, that when you apply a loan or when you want to joint venture, you have to meet the criteria. That's no different when you partner with the government, this government. You have to have a qualification to be partner with us. So this is how we choose the partner. It's not like we pick and choose the people that are close to us. This is not the case. So just another question is how to fund allocate. It depends on the project. It depends on the geographic. It depends on the needs for the different community, particular rural area, the smaller town. We will pay more attention. We talk about the housing management body. So we want to make sure that we have a competency-based board that can help to strengthen a housing management body, which are governor, and we make sure that the right people are around the table. As a housing provider, we are going to empower to take a stronger lead on planning, building, owning, and operating an affordable housing. They are going to be our partner. They are going to be our right hand to look after our the affordable housing project. This is especially important that housing management bodies consider to take over the ownership of the affordable housing asset. That is a partnership. That is one of the partner we're looking for. It will also help with succession planning and position housing management body for increased growth and stability. It is important to note that this shift will not happen right away. That's a very detailed plan, and Alberta's government will support the transitions to the new model. And of course, local needs will be taken into considerations. And as we would be working with the housing management body to assist in this process, because we believe not one size fits all. That's why we have the housing needs assessments, dealing with working with all different municipalities to let us know. We listen. We want to hear from you. What is the best for you? How can we work with you together to meet the housing need? Madam Chair, I would like to ask all the members vote against this needless amendment. Thank you.
Here. Members, we have 14 minutes remaining on Bill 78. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Castle Downs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my pleasure to rise to speak to Amendment A2 for the Alberta Housing Amendment Act 2021. I find it interesting that the Minister is suggesting to vote against it and talks about her partnership and relationships with different levels of government, yet we hear loud and clear from the municipalities that there is not a good working relationship with this UCP government. And what this amendment does is it takes away the power for the minister to set arbitrary competency requirements for housing management bodies. And, you know, I think that, you know, she said there's no hidden agenda, no backroom deals. Then accept this piece of legislation that we're introducing as an amendment. I think it makes sense. When we're hearing from this government over and over and over that they're against unnecessary red tape, yet this bill gives the minister ability to create it. And so with that, I would suggest that all members move to support this amendment. Thank you.
Any other members on Amendment A2? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A2 as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning on behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview. All those in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. The amendment is defeated. We're back on Bill 78. There's division has been called. Ring the bells.
Only one vote.
Members, division has been called on Amendment A2. All those in favor of the amendment, please stand. Shh.
Ms. Sweet, Mr. Billis, Mr. Egan, Member Carson, Ms. Goring.
All those opposed, please stand.
Honorable Mr. Kenny, Honorable Mr. Schweitzer, Honorable Mr. Madu, Honorable Mr. Panda, Honorable Mr. Shandro, Honorable Mr. Copping, Honorable Mr. Nixon, Honorable Minister LaGrange, Honorable Mr. McIver, Honorable Mrs. Sani, Honorable Mr. Glubish, Mr. Long, Honorable Mr. Orr, Honorable Mr. Luwan, Honorable Ms. Pond, Honorable Ms. Isaac, Honorable Mr. Ellis, Ms. Lovely, Mr. Rain, Mr. Guthrie, Mr. Yao, Mr. Smith, Mr. Nixon, Mr. Newdorf, Mr. Williams, Mrs. Allard, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Hanson, Mrs. Zahir, Mr. Gottfried.
Madam Chair, for the amendment 5, against 31.
Members, that amendment is defeated. We are back on the remaining 8.5 minutes. Committee of the Whole on Bill 78. Any members wishing to join the debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, you know, if once you don't succeed, try again. And I have another amendment for Bill 78, and I'm going to use it, by golly.
sing an original.
How is it always my fault?
It's a good speech.
I'm all the way down.
This will be known as Amendment A3. Honourable member, please proceed, and note you're moving on behalf of another member.
Well, thanks, Madam Chair. And as it's being distributed, I'll just read it as well. And the honourable member from Edmonton Riverview moves Bill 78 be amended to Section 11 by striking out proclamation and substituting September 1st, 2023. And so basically this is an amendment that delays proclamation of this bill until after the next provincial election, which is maybe coming sooner rather than later, I don't know. Basically we have seen with the recent municipal elections especially how important people see addressing poverty and homelessness to be. And the UCP's plan with Bill 78 to liquidate affordable housing, I believe, is not supported by Albertans. And many experts also believe that a solution to affordable housing is that we need to build more and not less, and we need to have more public housing available to us. So if the UCP believes, if they really believe that against all logic and reason and popular opinion that this is still the best way to go, then probably they should hold it and run on it in the next election. So that's the general concept behind this, and quite frankly, Madam Chair, I think that's the way it should be. We know that there is a looming housing shortage that is already upon us in many of our cities and towns across this province, and it will only get worse without a concerted action. And certainly Bill 78, while it talks about housing, it talks about it in, I believe, the wrong way, absolutely. And so please, if each and every MLA can consider this change of the proclamation date. I mean, lots of legislation by this government doesn't get proclaimed anyway, so let's put this one on the pile. And I think that would serve Alberta's best interests in the most general way possible. So thank you.
Any other members on Amendment A3? The Honourable Member for Chestermere Strathmore.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to make sure I understand the amendment. So you want a delay to housing that is necessary? No. So I just, so if the legislation, if we're so honored to be able to pass this legislation in the legislature, you want us to delay proclaiming it, meaning that we're stopping people from actually getting into the needed housing that we've been talking about for days and days.
A reminder to direct
Sorry,
your
Madam
comments
Chair.
through the chair.
Thank you so much. Just to be clear, because it seems a little counterintuitive compared to all of the work that's been going on in here to try and get folks into housing. I just wanted to also clarify too, I mean, when we're talking about housing, Madam Chair, we're talking about some of our most vulnerable people in this province. And I remember, I think it was probably in the second year that I was elected Madam Chair, when we had asked in the opposition to talk about, and the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions will remember this, when we asked about the opioid crisis. And we spoke about it at length, actually, asking for the government of the time to declare that crisis. Not only the opioid crisis, but mental health crisis as well, too, over and over and over again. It was a constant discussion, and the government never did that at the time. And now, we all know, especially post-COVID, that we're going to be going into and are seeing that these things are increasing, not just because of COVID, but multiple things. And it's interesting to see this amendment come forward. The reason I'm bringing it up is because when you are looking at a crisis, my thought process, common sense would tell you that we should probably jump forward and do as much as we can in those circumstances that we can. I am so proud of our Minister of Seniors and Housing for the work that she's done, and the MLA for Calgary Cross for the incredible work that they've done in the background and the deep consultations that they've done. I also remember when I sat in opposition meeting with all the housing authorities and the difficulties, and one of the things that they talked about on a regular basis was the red tape of what they had to go through in order to get a person into housing. And not only was it a criteria issue, certain housing companies had different criteria than other ones that were actually led by government intervention. It was actually a barrier in government that disallowed them to be able to either build or be creative or be thoughtful on how it was that they were going to put housing together. So I cannot support this amendment. Very proud of the work that the minister and the MLA have done on this, and excited to see how it is that our government is going to be able to house some of the most vulnerable people in the province. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West Henday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't plan on speaking too long here, but I do, in fact, support this amendment. You know, at the end of the day, the fact is, if we delay this, which I think is the right thing to do, or whether we don't, I don't see any clear path forward in what's being proposed from the minister through this legislation. I see a path forward to selling off affordable housing stock. At this point, it hasn't been clear if people are living in those homes right now, if they're completely empty, as the minister tells us, but that's unclear. The member that we just heard from talked about how we need to support vulnerable people, but continues to work with a government that de-indexed important programs like the seniors benefit, income support, special needs assistance for seniors, supplementary accommodations benefit. That's a big one. We're talking about hundreds of dollars a month that has been taken away from Alberta families. So again, if we want to talk about keeping people housed in their community, I think it's important that we reflect on the decisions that this government has made already and the silence that we've heard from members, including the previous one, on these important issues. But again, I don't think whether we pass this and proclaim it tomorrow or 3 years from now, that it's actually going to address the real crisis that we have in our province. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honourable Members, according to Government Motion 110, the time allotted for debate has now expired and the questions must now be put. We will first deal with Amendment A3 as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest on behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview. All those in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. Amendment is defeated. Now to Bill 78, the Alberta Housing Amendment Act 2021. On the clauses of the bill, are you agreed? Any opposed? Carried. On title and preamble, are you agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Shall the bill be reported? Are you agreed? Any opposed? Carried. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we rise and report Bill 73, 78, progress on Bills 80 and 81.
Having heard the motion to rise and report on Bill 73, 78 and report progress on 80 and 81, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried. We shall now rise and report. The Honourable Member for Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Committee of the Whole has had under consideration certain bills. The committee reports the following bills: Bill 73 and Bill 78. The committee reports progress on the following bills: Bill 81 and Bill 80. Madam Speaker, I wish to table copies of all amendments considered by Committee of the Whole on this date for the official records of the Assembly.
Does the Assembly concur in the report? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. The Honorable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask for unanimous consent to go to 1-minute bells for the remainder of the evening.
Having heard the motion, I will ask one question only. Is anyone opposed to moving to 1-minute bells for the remainder of the evening? Please say so now. So granted.
Under Government Bills and Orders for third reading, Bill 78, Alberta Housing Amendment Act 2021. Honourable Ms. Pon.
Any members wishing to join the debate? Seeing the Honourable, she not moved it? The Honourable Minister of Seniors and Housing to move third reading.
So introductions? Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair. Today, I'm so pleased to move the third reading of Bill 78, the Alberta Housing Amendment Act 2021. I want to thank all colleagues here on both sides of the Assembly for raising such important issues, for a good debate, and for the support of this valuable legislation. The nature of this bill, Mr. Speaker, is our commitment to provide a fair, flexible, and sustainable affordable housing system for Albertans now and in the future. I know that is a board support for the housing transformations from housing the stakeholders and from members in this chamber, like my MLA from Calgary Cross and House leader and so on, so everyone's here. And that, I mean, from this side at least. So that, about that, another recognitions from the housing provider and the stakeholder from the new release. And the social media, I'm meeting so many of those since the last few months. And I just, if I can share some quote with you, Mr. Speakers. The quote from the interim CEO to Sivada. Everybody should have access to a house they need, that they can afford. We believe that the problem of housing affordability is solvable, and this strategy will help us to get to those solutions, unquote. Another important quote that, Mr. Speakers, I would like to share with you is from the Senior Director of Operations, Métis Urban, the Housing Corporation, and Métis Capital Housing Corporation. Quote, Alberta's 10-year strategy to improve and enhance affordable housing is a significant step forward to address the housing crisis in Alberta. There's no affordable Indigenous housing without wraparound service, and this strategy promotes such a support. This strategy focuses on achieving the sustainability and affordability by adopting innovative ideas that encourage meaningful partnerships. We look forward to working with the ministry and supporting the most vulnerable members of our community, unquote. As I have said before, this bill is critical to our ability to possess on the transformational measure outlined in Alberta's 10 years affordable housing strategy. We said that simple, they cannot allow an efficient system to continue falling further and further behind the needs of Albertans. Albertans deserve better, Mr. Speaker. By updating Alberta Housing Act, we are laying the groundwork for a stronger affordable housing system that is able to meet the diverse needs of Albertans. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak Bill 78. We are on track to ensure Albertans in need have access to safe, stable, affordable housing. I encourage all members support this Bill 78 amendment of the Alberta Housing Act. And with that, I move to adjourn our debate.
Honourable members, the Honourable Minister of Seniors and Housing has moved to adjourn debate. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Under government motions, motion number 110, Honorable Mr. Nixon.
The Honorable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move Government Motion 110 as follows. Be it resolved that with further consideration of Bill 78, the Alberta Housing Amendment Act 2021 is resumed. Not more than 1 hour should be allotted to any further considerations of the bill in third reading, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at this stage shall be put forthwith. Mr. Speaker, this bill has been with the legislature for weeks as the NDP have attempted to filibuster and block legislation meant to be able to help people seeking low-income housing. As the minister said tonight, Mr. Speaker, a 65% increase on the waiting list on affordable housing inside our province, about 25,000 families, I believe, looking for affordable housing. As the NDP sits inside the chamber and filibusters repeatedly because their only concern, and I've been listening to it for hours, is that this in some way would help non-unionized organizations to be able to help the government when it comes to creating housing inside the province. I have not heard a new argument from the NDP in about a week. I know I can hear the honourable member from Beverly Clearview heckling away. I'm sorry to tell you, Mr. Speaker, he hasn't had a new argument in weeks either, and it's plugging up the legislature. Man, he's upset, Mr. Speaker. We're in a time allocation motion, and he's that upset. But you can see it's because, again, it's about non-unionized, it's about the union. He's got to listen to Gil McGowan, and he's got to do what he's told. But you know what we got to do inside this chamber is make sure we do the people's business. This many weeks and this many hours of debate on one piece of legislation is too far. It's ridiculous. They got 1 hour to have a conversation about it, Mr. Speaker, at which time the legislature needs to make a decision.
Here. Honourable members, are there others? The member for Calgary, Boular, McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak against this motion. It's a heavy-handed, undemocratic motion that seeks to cut the debate, curtail the debate on this important bill. And when the government House Leader was on this side, I think he will go at length to speak against time allocation. But every sitting, government resorts to and rely on these heavy-handed measures to pass pieces of legislation that actually do nothing to solve the problem that Alberta is facing. We have asked repeatedly from the minister how privatizing existing housing stock will create 25,000. Will that money go to creating new housing? Will those assets stay affordable housing forever or for any given length of time? Absolutely no answers. And we've been hearing feedback from Albertans, from those who work with homeless population, that how this bill will make things worse. Privatizing existing housing stock doesn't solve anything. And now we are limited to 1 hour debate on this important piece of legislation. It doesn't have to be this way. It's unfortunate, and we will certainly be opposing this motion.
Honourable members, having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Government House Leader, for Government Motion 110, does the Assembly agree to the motion? All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Under Government Bills and Orders for third reading, Bill 78, Alberta Housing Amendment Act 2021, adjourned debate. Honourable Ms. Pond.
Honourable members, Bill 78, Alberta Housing Amendment Act 2021. There are 60 minutes remaining for debate. Is there anyone wishing to join in that debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Castle Downs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to say that I'm disappointed that time allocation has occurred. We've heard throughout this debate that this is a concern, and you know, the fact that this government is just pushing it through in the middle of the night is quite concerning. I know that people are paying attention to what the decisions that this government is making, and when it comes to this piece of legislation, Bill 78, the Alberta Housing Amendment Act, people are expressing concerns, and they are concerned when the minister stands up and acknowledges the housing crisis and acknowledges the need for affordable housing, yet proposes absolutely nothing in this legislation that actually addresses that need. What it does do is it is selling off affordable housing units. There is absolutely nothing in this legislation that says the money that is received from that sale goes back into affordable housing. There's nothing in this piece of legislation that actually says there's some sort of requirement for this, once it's sold, to maintain its status of affordable housing. There's no time limit in there. So essentially, government can sell it, take the money, put it anywhere they want, not reinvest in affordable housing, and then the purchaser of that affordable housing can then turn around and sell it and do whatever they want with it, which is very, very concerning. And it's very frustrating to argue in this House with a government that just sticks to talking points, that says how much they're doing to support individuals in the province. They wave this piece of legislation around like it's going to have an impact, yet it does absolutely nothing to help those people that are struggling. We know that Alberta's housing market, people are in dire straits, Mr. Speaker. There's people that are struggling to find housing, people that are struggling to make ends meet. The pandemic has created an absolute devastation in the province, and we've watched the UCP contribute to that. The poverty that is happening right now has grown, and the UCP policies are doing nothing to address it. I've spoken in this House about, you know, family and friends who are experiencing difficulty with finances, difficulty with finding housing, difficulty in accessing mental health and addiction supports. And unfortunately, all this government does is it stands up, talks about campaign promises, talks about their wonderful legislation that they're proposing, but there's actually nothing in this legislation that actually supports people to be housed. And I simply don't understand. You know, people in Alberta deserve access to safe, affordable housing, period, full stop. What happens to those individuals that are in the housing right now that is affordable, that's sold? There's nothing in this legislation that mandates that that housing stay affordable. There's nothing in this legislation that mandates what happens to the money that's received from that sale. There's absolutely no plan to how to address affordable housing. There's no partnership when working with municipalities to meet the needs of people all across the province. This shouldn't be a partisan issue. It should be government of all levels coming together to really address the need. People in Alberta deserve better. And unfortunately, this government has talking points and a piece of legislation that sounds wonderful, Bill 78, Alberta Housing Amendment Act. It does nothing to make sure that this government is actually supporting affordable housing in the province. And now to have time allocation on it in the middle of the night, it's 12:44 a.m. Once again, we see this government using time allocation to quickly put through legislation that they know doesn't actually do what it's supposed to do, but they can say it's a win. They can say it went through third reading and it was successful, promise made, promise kept. It's quite disappointing, and I can tell you that Albertans aren't buying it. Albertans know that this legislation does nothing. People that are struggling with housing deserve better. They deserve access to affordable, safe housing. They deserve a government that has action. Absolutely, I'd like to give way to the member.
This being the second speech, the first speech after the mover, interventions are not allowed. The honourable member for Edmonton Castle Downs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to take my seat, as I know we're on short timeline, and let other members of the chamber speak. Thank you.
Are there others? The honourable member for Edmonton Meadows has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to the Bill 78, Alberta Housing Amendment Act. Once again, on behalf of my constituents, and Mr. Speaker, I cannot stop actually, demonstrating my disappointments that what this bill actually, or the government claims under this piece of legislation, and what exactly this bill does. And not only this, the number of meaningful attempts by the opposition in this House to strengthen the bill to achieve the mandate that what the minister every time claimed by rising in the House that bill would achieve. So every single effort to strengthening the mandate of this, the claim of the government on this bill was defeated by the government members. The affordable housing, the problem with the affordable housing is there for decades, and the roots go back to early 90s with the progressive conservatives, huge cuts to the fundings. And since then, the problem has been growing. And our past government invested $1.2 billion to address the issues of growing affordable housing problems. As the government documents have met, and many times this has been echoed, the list of the applicants waiting for the affordable housing, in what the minister has said that this mystery bill will achieve the 25,000 affordable housing in next some years. That claim is not supported anywhere in this piece of legislation, the way it is being claimed or the government is bragging about. So what this bill proposed, the government bill, sell the current stock, and what the government is claiming So thank you, member, but I'm not ready to give it actually this point of time, maybe in a bit. Let me emphasize my point, what I wanted to say. You know, we still have 1 hour to go. Yeah. So what the government is saying, and that is not being legislated in this bill, the government, obviously, if this bill is passed, will be able to sell our current stock, and the government claim that they will get that revenue from the sales and reinvest into building the affordable housing, but that is not anywhere legislated in this bill we are discussing. So the opposition proposed a number of amendments to strengthen that mandate, and the government defeated it a number of times. So we cannot simply believe in government because they just say it. We have seen it. We have seen it when government change the decisions and move the casino funds to general revenue. And then we have seen the consequences from that. We have seen the huge cuts about 70% to community initiative programs. We have seen the cuts to community facility enhancement programs. The cuts were not small. Cuts were like 60 to 70, 75% to those programs. And we've seen cut to ARAC, Alberta's Anti-Racism Advisory Council's budget, and in a number of different departments in the Ministry of Multiculturalism and Status of Women. And the government said by making those changes, that was help government to promote those programs, but it didn't. I've seen a number of those organizations, they relied on those funding, and they suffered being the funding not available, and application closed. Application program was shut probably for about a year. And I had the organizations and my constituents coming to my office, even as of yesterday, looking for the fundings that they can afford to have their facilities functioning, afford to be able to get through this pandemic, afford to be able to get through those organizations going. So we have seen the outcomes of those changes that the government made, and that is exactly what this bill will do if we will just pass this bill as it is proposed. And the government still say every time they get up, they say they will build 25,000 new affordable housing if they will move ahead with this bill, because they will invest that revenue, reinvest that revenue, comes from the sale to build new affordable housing, but this bill doesn't say that. That will exactly, this is how it will happen. So this is very concerning. And the other biggest factor in this bill is that this bill improves the private partnership. So now the government said, yes, the government needs to fund a program. The government accepts the responsibility as a funder of the program, but they will hand the money to private companies to build these projects. And we have seen the problems with private partnerships in our province, in neighboring province, in other provinces, that even the previous progressive conservative government in 2014 decided to not to invest in P3 fundings by building the public projects. So this bill creates all those provisions, but they're not talking about the previous problems. They're not answering the question around those problems. And there are not oversights. So what will happen to the wrong decisions and the mismanagements, and if the public sector, instead achieving the goals of building the affordable housing, suffers more financial losses. So there's no mechanism, there's no oversights. And a number of those things even will get into regulatory process. And bill also gives minister huge powers. The ministry could decide, so what is affordable housing and what is not affordable housing. So it bypassed a lot of democratic mechanism, processes in this bill. It is very hard for us to support this bill as it is. That was the very reason that we were trying to propose through our amendments. It would still not be, if those amendments were passed, it would still not be probably the way we visioned that Albertans expect those problems would be solved to address the affordable housing crisis. But still, it would make this bill a bit better. In a sense, what government is already saying this bill would do. But all of those amendments got defeated because government, House members, and minister did not show a courtesy of looking into what amendments were proposing. And exactly the same thing, minister every time rose in the House was saying same thing. But it was not part of the bill. So it's disappointing that not seeing very positive approach and attitude from the government members on those moves. And also it's very disappointing that we have a limited time allocation to debate this bill in the middle of the night. And at this point of time, I would say this bill cannot be supported as it is. And I will ask all the House members to please vote against this bill. If we are serious about addressing the housing crisis in our province, then we need to defeat this bill, or we need to allot more time, or need to take better approach. So by this, I conclude my remarks on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there others? The honourable member for Edmonton, Beverly Clareview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My pleasure to rise and speak to this bill, which claims to do something that it does not. It claims to address the critical need and shortage of affordable housing units in this province. But sadly, Mr. Speaker, this bill fails to address the critical issue of the shortage of affordable housing units. And the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated the problem of houselessness and homelessness that we see throughout the province. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the fact that under the NDP government, we allocated and spent $1.2 billion on building new affordable housing units. Now, the reason, Mr. Speaker, that investment alone did not build the number of units that are needed to house Albertans is because for many years, under the former PC government, there was a failure to invest and build adequate number of affordable housing units. And in fact, previous governments...
The honourable member, however, the sidebar conversations are becoming a little louder and louder. I ask that members would show some courtesy to the member that has the call, or they're welcome to head to the lounges to continue their conversations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the challenge that faces the current government, that faced the previous government, was a challenge that faced a number of governments. And really, the challenge with affordable housing units is a similar challenge that governments face with deferred maintenance and upkeep on infrastructure. It's an easy budget item to continue to defer, to kick down the field, to pass it on to future governments. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, the example that I've given in this place over my years here has been an example of a homeowner needing to make roofing repairs or to replace their shingles. And it's one of those things where a household can put it off and put it off. This year, you know what, we can't really afford it, so we're going to defer it to the next year and defer it to the next year. And you can continue to defer it until it gets to a point where your roof is leaking. And now you're causing damage to a number of things, from your structure to all of your contents and your everything. And it's going to be a much costlier bill than if you had kept up with maintenance. Same thing, Mr. Speaker, with cars, right? You don't take your car to get its oil changed, you don't take it in for a maintenance, and year after year, you might get away with it for a few years, and it gets to a point where it becomes either irreparable or extremely expensive. And so, for many years, previous governments did not allocate adequate resources to build affordable housing units. And they just continued to kick that can down the road until it got to a point where there was an extreme shortage. And even though the previous NDP government allocated $1.2 billion to building new units, it still didn't address the shortage that existed and accumulated over the years. And so we now have a bill before us, Mr. Speaker, that doesn't actually allocate any new dollars to building affordable housing units. What it does is promise to sell off existing units to the private sector. Now, that in and of itself isn't necessarily a bad thing. However, it doesn't add new units to the pool. It doesn't address the fundamental issue that the minister and this government continue to claim. I'm not taking interjections this evening, member. So the challenge here is that this government continue to provide lip service to addressing an issue. Now, I will recognize the fact that the member that was looking to intervene is an advocate of affordable housing and has a record of advocating on behalf of those who are facing dire situations. And I acknowledge that. My frustration is that the bill doesn't address the critical issue of a lack of affordable housing units. And my frustration is that amendments were brought forward by the official opposition to at least ensure that dollars brought in from selling off the existing stock would go into a separate fund to build new units. Now, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, any rational person would agree that if you're going to sell units and claim that you're going to build new stock, that the revenues from those existing units would be allocated toward building new stock. This government couldn't even bring itself to do that. So the revenues and the proceeds coming from existing stock will go into general revenues. I'm sorry, I don't trust this government. In fact, the majority of Albertans don't trust this government. Now, to be fair, if the tables were turned and the current government was opposition and this was a bill, well, first of all, we wouldn't propose this bill, but if this element of the bill of selling existing affordable housing units was to go into general revenues, I am certain that members of government would be up in arms for those revenues going into general revenues. I actually know this for a fact, Mr. Speaker, because there were the rare moments where our government did propose that funds went to general, and the opposition said it should go toward the targeted specific reason of what the government proposed. And in hindsight, they should have. But here's an example of a bill that, Mr. Speaker, it falls so far short of what it claims to do. And I appreciate the minister, does a phenomenal job reading her speaking points, talking about what some kind of rainbows and unicorns that there's going to be some new affordable units when there actually aren't. And that my 2-year-old daughter would be thrilled that the Minister of Municipal Affairs just said that I'm made of unicorns, or I'm a unicorn, because she would appreciate that, very much so. And I think she believes that, actually. And so the challenge with this, Mr. Speaker, is if there was any budget allocated to this bill, or any commitment to build affordable housing units, that I honestly believe that the official opposition would be able to support this bill, or at least support a piece of it. But the fact of the matter is, like, ministers claiming this will magically build new units, or through some kind of trickle-down step process where when certain units get sold off, then that will trigger the private sector to build other units. Yet, when questioned by the official opposition of how long the units that are sold have to remain affordable, the answer is there is no criteria, there is no minimum. So, as the government sells its stock to the private sector, a company could, within a year, take those affordable housing units off the market and charge market rates. So we're not only not building new affordable units, we're reducing the stock that we have. Like, Mr. Speaker, it's absurd. No, we're not going to support this bill. It's ridiculous. And if the minister and others actually believe this is building new units, they haven't read their own bill at all. You know, at least if you're going to claim something, have a shred of truth in it and a shred of evidence. But the fact of the matter is, this bill does the opposite of what the government's claiming. It doesn't build new units, it actually takes units off the market. That, Mr. Speaker, is completely shameful. You know, clearly, this government continues to make absurd claims. And what's frustrating, Mr. Speaker, is that all of us, all 87 of us, have a responsibility not only to represent the constituents who elected us here, to take care of every Albertan. And what this does, this bill will put more Albertans on the street without homes. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I cannot support this bill.
Honourable members, are there others? The Honourable, oh man, all of the options. The Honourable Member for Chestermere Strathmere, followed by the Minister, should he still choose to, followed by the Honourable Member for Edmonton West Henday.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you again for the opportunity to debate this. I just wanted to unpack a little bit of what was just said here. So we had an amendment earlier that wanted to put off proclaiming the bill, which in essence stops the ability to build housing, which the opposition is saying that, or is alluding to the fact that we will not have enough housing for the public that is needing this housing. But I find it interesting too, the conversation, because when we look at the strategy, the entire strategy is around multiple options in order to build housing. Again, I go back to when we were having these conversations when we were sitting in opposition, and one thing that kept coming up over and over and over again, Mr. Speaker, was the opportunity for the private sector and other organizations to be able to participate and build those partnerships and to be able to leverage the money of government along with the private sector in order to be able to build. So I'm thinking about my own riding in particular right now. Wheatland County has been able to facilitate the land. I think actually, Mr. Speaker, you would know this one as well too, because it impacts actually all of our ridings. They've been able to purchase the land. They've been able to get private sector investment. They've been able to bring people together. It is very much the needs of the community that is at hand. I think the assumptions that the opposition makes that somehow that the folks that are involved in these decisions are terrible people that aren't going to take care of our most vulnerable. Did you want to intervene? Go right ahead. Yeah.
I do, and thank you for taking my intervention, and I wasn't quick as everybody else, so thank you for the opportunity, because I'm so blown away by the opposition's inability to get out of their own ideological prison on this one. And think through, if this bill gets passed, the opportunity that they would have, if they end up forming government, to be able to use this bill to take underutilized assets, to be able to partner with private partnerships, with not-for-profits, with civil society, to actually expand upon our ability to provide housing for vulnerable people and to be able to work with them. Like, it's just so huge. You were just mentioning a few. I can think of dozens of not-for-profit partners and private partners, civil society partners in my constituency that are doing phenomenal work, and with just a little bit from us, a little bit. And that's what this bill allows us to do. And so they won't take my intervention, so thank you for taking mine, but I encourage them to think about the not-for-profit and private partners, civil society partners in their constituency, and think about how they could leverage this. And I encourage you to continue to share. Thank you.
Thank you. And to that point, when we talk about the multiple usage of these buildings, we're not just talking about, this is something that we've said before, when we're talking about mixed units, we're not just talking about one particular group of vulnerable people. My oldest is also autistic, and so when we look at this group of vulnerable people, there's amazing opportunities for people to be housed in multi-units, and also on top of that to be able to leverage the dollars from government in order to be able to help out these wonderful people and create communities as well too. And I go back to what I was saying earlier about the one that's in my riding in particular, and to the MLA's point, there's so many amazing opportunities to bring these organizations together, and when you take the power of civil society and what they're capable of doing, and you put that together in partnership with government and the private sector, there's amazing things that can happen. And that's not in any way to take away from the public organizations that are doing great work. But one of the members was mentioning about fixing roofs and tiles and all that, and I totally appreciate that. One of the things I think that became really, really obvious during COVID was how many issues there were just in seniors' care in particular. And I remember having discussions with the minister, tearful discussions, about what we were going to do and how to change that. And actually, the minister came out to my riding, Mr. Speaker, and met with Wheatland County and met with the Hospice Association to talk about one of the new projects that they have going on, which is going to have pods of people so that if there's something, well, I mean, obviously with COVID, anything's possible, but they can isolate people in a community, in a cohort. And the HVAC, the way that it's going to work, and they had discussed this with the minister at length about what that HVAC system is going to look like and how it is that the private sector and the leverage of those dollars is really what's going to make that feasible, because building it is one thing, Mr. Speaker. Maintaining it is a whole other thing, and to be able to allocate dollars towards that to make sure that there's a future for these buildings, for these spaces, and as many of the members have said, we're gonna see an entire generation of people going into these places. Go ahead.
You got me even more excited than I was a few moments ago. Because building them is one thing, you're absolutely right, but providing the supports in the community around the people that end up needing to utilize this housing is another thing. And the opportunity in these partnerships to work with our civil society, work with community groups to create supports in community everything that's needed around individuals that are vulnerable, that need these types of programs in housing is so critical. And there's huge opportunity in that as well. I just push the opposition and everybody to see beyond and to see the potential in the partnerships that we can do through this bill. And thank you for your comments, and encourage you to continue to talk more about how we can partner and work with civil society and not-for-profit and private partners to provide more than just housing, but also community and other supports. Thank you.
Well, and to your point, we're talking about social housing in many of these aspects, aren't we, Mr. Speaker? That's actually something that when I think about when we discussed this years ago, that never came up. And it was actually a discussion that came up actually in many of the conversations that we've had over the years. And I mean, my goodness, and the MLA for Fish Creek as well too, who worked heavily in seniors and the senior side of things. Just so much opportunity to bring folks together. And I think about, like, in my culture in particular, our seniors are really our gems, they're our diamonds. And the stories and the wisdom, the ability to bring kids together with seniors, and especially in rural areas. There's one that they were trying to open up in Rocky View County, actually, that was for senior farmers. And especially those who had been widowed, to be able to have something that was really appropriate to their lifestyle, so they're able to still visit their farms and their gardens and their horses, like just so many thoughtful things. But the other part is that, and a very important piece, I believe, that has come as a result of these conversations, and again, I thank the minister for this, is a discussion around palliative care. It's what, again, we had brought this up over and over again, and how important that is for the person who is in that particular situation, but especially for the family, Mr. Speaker, especially for people to be able to gather and be able to have those spaces to have their last moments with their loved ones. And again, if there's ever been a time where that's become more apparent as how important it is, it was throughout COVID. We just felt that sting of that isolation and being away from the people that we love most. And I believe with all my heart that when you leverage that civil society, the public sector, the private sector, the supports, being able to have multi-use buildings where you're bringing multi-generations together as well too, and the opportunity to be able to leverage that, because and the other thing that we don't talk about enough too is, it's one thing again to build a house, but and I mean, and the opposition can correct me, but many of the spaces that they were building were well over the $290,000 mark, into the $300,000 mark for one apartment. And that apartment, they were using, the money was going into these really, really expensive spaces, but they weren't actually building capacity. And then when you talk to places like with some of the housing foundations and the other organizations, and we had actually brought this to the NDP as well too when we were in opposition, that they were able to build them for around $180,000, if I remember correctly. It was almost half the price in order to be able to build the same level, quality, and type of housing. And for whatever reason, and without casting aspersions, but at the same time wondering why that level of dollars going into something where we could build the same quality with organizations that were willing to get involved, who again had access to the land, had access to people and organizations that really wanted to contribute to the well-being of their communities. So again, I just have to state again how grateful I am to have the opportunity to be able to see these opportunities of private and public sector being able to come together, the nonprofit partnerships, and then also making sure that there's another part of it too with the joint ventures, to be able to attract that nonprofit sector into it, because there's a tremendous amount of opportunity to invest in this affordable housing, to have people and different sectors participate in a really meaningful way into the building of their communities. And so I'm very optimistic and extremely proud to see these affordable housing units come online. And again, I would really, I question the opposition's positions on this, simply because what we're trying to do is learn from, and when you're in there's a lot of difficult decisions to make, but one thing that we did learn from this is that there's a lot of experts out there, Mr. Speaker, a ton of experts that really, really understand and know how the housing has to work, what that should look like. And again, just to be able to cut a lot of the red tape around the barriers to actually getting into housing. We heard about that over and over and over again. So we really want to be able to appeal to partners. We really want to be able to make sure that folks can have equity stakes in projects, because that makes them more accountable to the situation. Go ahead.
I think what you're getting at a little bit there too, and I'm hoping you can expand on, is the ability to custom build to meet unique needs in unique communities, and because there's such diversity in our community, and so being able to work with individual not-for-profits or private sector civil society partners that are passionate about a specific issue or meeting a specific community group, and that this will allow us to be able to partner with them and allow them to fulfill their mandate, their purpose, to be able to meet the specific and unique needs within their communities. And I thought you were touching on a little bit, so hopefully you can expand a little bit more.
I'll just maybe finish up, Mr. Speaker. The Dash Mesh Community Association in Northeast Calgary is actually one of those organizations that's looking at leveraging. They have land. They actually have a seniors facility there that is not a live-in facility. But again, during COVID, we learned how important that might be. And again, in different cultures, and especially in again, I can't speak for other cultures, but in Southeast Asian culture, it's an unusual situation, Mr. Speaker, where folks will put their loved ones into seniors housing or into places where vulnerable folks go when they need help in these particular situations. However, that is changing. Families are changing, the needs are changing, it's very unique, and also there's the social aspect of it. And if you ever have a chance, Mr. Speaker, to go to the Dash Mesh Cultural Center in Northeast Calgary, you'll see not only are they dealing with their most the gems of their society, their seniors, but they also have volunteers come in on a regular basis, and they're teaching them. They actually have a community garden there, Mr. Speaker, where the seniors are able to work in the gardens and grow something that's beautiful. And then the kitchen is right in the Gurdwara, and they cook and they make all this beautiful food and have seva, where they all sit together and eat as a community. They're also looking at building a community hall or a shelter potentially for women on their property as well too. So just so many opportunities, and that's just one. But again, I really thank again the Minister for this wonderful opportunity, and thank you so much for the interventions and for the conversation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West Henday, the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs is seated.
Well, thank you. As we get to the end of our time allocation here, and it seems like the government members have a lot to say, so it's unfortunate that they made the decision to time allocate at this point. You know, we heard some really nice words and stories from the last two members interjecting with each other, and at the end of the day, the problem is that while they have these ideas that these wraparound services are going to be provided, and you know, the previous member, again, was just speaking, saying if we don't pass this, it's going to stop the ability to build affordable housing if we don't pass this. I mean, the rhetoric is, you know, at 1,000 here this evening, and it's so unfortunate because at the end of the day, what's going to stop the ability of this government to build affordable housing is the fact that they cut the investments allocated to that by a massive amount from, I want to get this correct, from over $1 billion to $238 million. And we will see as these affordable housing stocks are sold off, if that 238 number goes up at all, 238 million goes up at all, or if they're simply going to use the money from that to backfill the commitment that they already made and not make any further commitments. Just as much as we might hope to see wraparound services built at these new affordable housing projects, which aren't actually confirmed or promised through this legislation because the complete lack of transparency from the minister proposing it, we could just as likely see that property is bought up and high-rises are built on it, not affordable by any means. We could see, you know, coffee shops, commercial coffee shops. I mean, the things that we've had to listen through this debate from the government and the completely I mean, it's just so hard to believe that they're trying to sell this as a win. The fact is there's nothing in here that is going to commit to building affordable housing, nothing to ensure that targets are met or that there's even targets in place. This truly is just a fire sale of our affordable housing stock. It seems like this government wants to wipe their hands clean of having to have any accountability. When we get to the estimates process, they can say, look, we've been clearing up all the affordable housing stock that needed modernization. You know, we sold it all, there's none left. It's not our problem anymore. I can totally see the situation arising through the estimates process. We will see how that plays out. Again, when we think about the consequences before us for passing a bill such as the Alberta Housing Fire Sale Amendment Act, I can see many opportunities where the government looks at the existing units that are before them, very possibly with people in them already at this point, and saying, no, we don't want to take the expense of fixing these. We're just going to consider it, you know, a saleable asset and move forward with that. And we are going to see housing, not only pieces that need to be fixed at this point and should be and repurposed, or not repurposed, excuse me, but reused for affordable housing. Again, we don't have that commitment through this legislation, but we are going to see it go even further, very likely, and see people that are living in these affordable housing units kicked out. If the government really cared about ensuring people stay in their communities and in homes and not end up houseless, they would not have made many of the changes. I appreciate the member from Edmonton Meadows on accountability also talking about the idea of this government making changes to casino revenue, to CFEP and CIP, and all these programs that are so instrumental to keeping families in our community, and this government has completely wiped out so much of those dollars. I believe on CFEP, CIP it was between 50 and 60%. The casino revenue is going to general revenue now. I mean, day after day, we see this government making decisions to not have to have any accountability, to take money away from our communities, our community leagues and nonprofits. And again, through Bill 78, there is no commitment that is going to ensure that these units are built by nonprofits, that they are purposed for affordable housing, none of it. And so while the government continues to paint quite a rosy picture of how this is going to all play out, at this point, all we have is a bill that promises to sell off government assets with no transparency, no commitment to reinvest it in affordable housing. We see a government that has scaled back a commitment of over $1 billion down to $238 million over 3 years. It's pretty clear that this government is not concerned about building affordable housing in this province. It's pretty clear that they are more concerned with selling these assets with no strings attached. And it's deeply disappointing, but it's not surprising. It truly seems like a government that is so desperate to do as much as they can to appease their donors and friends because they know that they are on their way out. And it's not surprising, Mr. Speaker, based on the popularity of the decisions that this government has made. So again, I would say I do not plan to support this piece of legislation. I think that the government should drastically change course on this. I think that they need to consider the decisions, again, not to belabor this point, but the changes that they've made to de-indexing seniors' benefit, income supports, additional shelter allowance, because the decisions of this government are directly affecting Albertans in my community and every community across this province. They are putting more people on the street. They are driving more people to the food bank. And it's so deeply disappointing that now they have moved time allocation on such an important bill that they're trying to say that if we were to delay this bill that they wouldn't be able to build affordable housing. Mr. Speaker, again, the fact is this is a government that made the decision to make massive cuts to investments on affordable housing. If they are concerned about the lack of housing being built, they need to take a look in the mirror, Mr. Speaker. I truly cannot understand what has transpired this evening, Mr. Speaker, this evening. The rosy fairy tales that this government is told about how this bill is going to fix all the affordable housing woes within this province. You know, they're giving themselves a pat on the back before they've even had a chance to see how this plays out. And I continue to hear members of the government heckling But the fact is, this will speak for itself, I guess, at the end of the day. But nowhere in their platform did they say that they had a plan to sell off Alberta's affordable housing stock. I think that Albertans will be deeply concerned to see this taking place with no transparency, no accountability to ensure that it is kept as affordable housing for the Albertans who so desperately need it. And I'm so disappointed this morning, I suppose, to again see this government moving time allocation on such an important bill that Albertans deserve to have more say, that this government, as we just listened to for the last 20 or so minutes, seemed like they had more to say, as much as I disagreed with them. But the fact is, to stop this bill right now is not to stop the ability to build affordable housing, as the last member said. If they truly want to build more affordable housing, then they need to invest more money into it at the end of the day. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I will take my seat, but appreciate the opportunity to speak to why I will not, by any means, be supporting Bill 78. Thank you.
There's approximately 4 minutes remaining. Well, there's approximately 4 minutes remaining. Pardon me?
I'll take it, sir.
I had mentioned earlier that the Honourable Minister was able. It's up to him should he choose to use the time.
Go back and forth. It's the custom.
I just offered you the time. Would you like to use the 4 minutes that are remaining in debate or not?
Yes, please.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. I think it's important that we support this bill, Mr. Speaker. It's important that the other side say they're not going to support it, and they're complaining about not having enough time. They spent most of their time complaining about time allocation instead of talking about the bill. Well, Mr. Speaker, what they should have done when they had 4 years in government is actually paid attention to this issue, Mr. Speaker. Because what this minister will do that the other side never did when they had a chance will consider all options for building new affordable housing, including working with the private sector, Mr. Speaker. The folks on the other side are so beholden to Gil McGowan that they don't want to build homes with anybody that isn't going to have the people that are represented by Gil working there, where we will actually consider that option and the private sector option, Mr. Speaker, because this isn't about Gil McGowan. This isn't about them. This isn't about us. This is about Albertans that need housing, Mr. Speaker. And on this side of the House, we will consider all options for building, developing homes for people that need it. We'll consider partnerships with, yes, I know it's a dirty word for the other side, with private sector companies that want to help. Oh, the horror. And of course, we will work with municipalities. Mr. Speaker, I know a little bit of what I'm talking about here. I've spent 3 years as the chair of the board for the Calgary Housing Company, which is the largest landlord in Alberta. And we will look for opportunities to work with municipalities and with seniors lodges and other housing organizations. There's a great number of nonprofits, private sector companies that want to put the engine of the private sector development in service of Albertans that need housing. And yes, and those organizations that many times will provide and look for ways to connect people in housing to the wraparound services that they may need. And of course, these are individual people. They're individuals and families that have different needs. Some just need to get a roof over their head. For whatever reason, they don't have enough income. And other ones need to have a roof over their head and other supports. And these housing companies, public and private in Alberta, are very good at connecting people that are in affordable housing with the services that they need. And our government will encourage that. That's the Honourable Minister that brought this legislation forward has made it clear that one of the strategies is to take a bunch of housing that's in such poor repair that no one's actually living in it, and take the money from a sale of that and actually employ it in housing that people can live in. And the other side actually doesn't. They'd actually, Mr. Speaker, they would actually rather see a building old and rotten than to have a private sector company take the value of the asset, add more value to it, and actually have people that need a home living in it. Socialism hasn't ever worked, unfortunately.
Mr. Speaker.
I hesitate to interrupt, but pursuant to Government Motion 110, this concludes the time allotted for third reading of Bill 78, the Alberta Housing and Amendment Act, and as such, I am required to put all questions to the Assembly. The Honourable Minister of Seniors and Housing has moved third reading of Bill 78, the Alberta Housing Amendment Act 2021. All those in favour of the motion for third reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered, and a division has been called. Call in the members. Members, a division has been called on third reading of Bill 78, the Alberta Housing Amendment Act 2021. All those in favour of third reading, please rise.
Honourable Mr. Kenny, Honourable Mr. Schweitzer, Honourable Mr. Madu, Honourable Mr. Panda, Honourable Mr. Shandro, Honourable Mr. Copping, Honourable Mr. Nixon, Honourable Minister LaGrange, Honourable Mr. McIver, Honourable Mrs. Sawney, Honourable Mr. Glubish, Mr. Long, Honourable Mr. Orr, Honourable Mr. Luan, Honourable Ms. Pon, Honourable Ms. Isaac, Honourable Mr. Ellis, Ms. Lovely, Mr. Rain, Mr. Guthrie, Mr. Yao, Mr. Smith, Mr. Nixon, Mr. Newdorf, Mr. Williams, Mrs. Allard, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Hanson, Mrs. Ahir, Mr. Gottfried.
All those opposed, please rise.
Ms. Sweet, Mr. Sabir, Mr. Billis, Mr. Egan, Member Carson, Ms. Goring, Mr. Deal.
Mr. Speaker, total for the motion 30, total against 7.
Motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 78, Alberta Housing Amendment Act 2021 is now read a third time.
Government House Leader.
We adjourn the House until tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m.
Honorable members, having heard the motion as proposed by the Government House Leader to adjourn until tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered. The House stands adjourned until this morning at 10 a.m.